Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome again, everybody. Yes, startup number 2. Let's go. Let's get it going on. What is going on with the servers? Oops. What do you got me? Oh, okay, good. I just got in the wrong region. There we go. My bad. My bad. All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Let's get this chat in here. There you all are, right over there. Yes, getting it going on loud and clear. Awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. Let me go ahead and shower you guys with an absolute ton of KizCast for hanging out through there. Now, look, that's why you stay right there. Look at all those suckers, man. Look at all them. Thank you, Empty Story. Thank you, Brunheen, for that love, for that hype. Again, we're going to play some Satisfactory, everybody. Again, I thought I was going to have more time. I totally miscalculated, but we're going to jump in. We were working on spiral railways, everybody, and I knew it the second I went off stream, the second I hit the stop button last time. I thought, wait, angled ramps. It was angled ramps that I needed to use, so I used the flat ones, and then I put angled ramps on it, and that's how you do a perfect spiral to get your trains up and down from wherever they are. So we're going to do that right now. Let's go. All right, and here is our spiral that we were working on right here. And oh man, it's just like I knew that was going to happen too. The second I get off of there, that's when it was. So let's go over here, and somewhere I was making a blueprinter. Where's that blueprint? Oh, it's up above. It's up here. Yes, okay, here's where I was doing that blueprinting. And it's so funny that I thought of it right after. Let's take all this railway out. Now, again, it gives you the general idea of what I was trying to do. And I haven't done these in a really long time, too. I mean, it's been really long. I can't remember how long ago it was. It's been so long. But I knew I would remember it the second thing. Now, see, this thing right here is actually perfectly built for spirals. because the thing is you have an odd number. And whenever you're working on something that you want to center it, you want an odd number of offset. So instead of it being 4 and 4, and you'd have to put it in between the 2 and 2, you'd want it to be 5 because the one in the center is the middle one, right? So you have the center foundation, and then you have the 2 sides, and center foundation, 2 sides. So it's really easy to find the exact center of this whole thing, which in this case is this one right here. Now, by the way, everybody, if you go out and retweet, you get double credit. I'm going to go ahead and give you a bunch of credit right there for those last retweets. And if you go out right now, hit that like button, hit that retweet button, which you've already retweeted the other one, you go retweet this new one, bam, you get double credit today, because I did stop and start the stream so I could switch over to something else, because I mistimed that. Again, I thought it was going to go for an extra hour, but no. And that's okay. We'll just switch gears. I don't mind switching gears. I'm sure you guys don't mind either. Get a little extra Satisfactory in, because again, we didn't get it in this week. So there's the exact center of a 5x5 grid. See how easy that is? It makes it much easier that it's a 5x5. And that's why I bet you they made it a 5x5, so it's easier to be in the center. Now, whenever you're working with railways, everybody, they are offset at what's known as a 2 and a 1, or a 3 and a 3. Now, whenever you're going into a corner, everybody, you want to actually start right over here, and then you want to go into this corner, curve across here, and then end up over here like that. So I'm going to do it over here on this corner over here. So we'll go into our corner, and again, I still wish they would fix that. That would just go the way I want it to go. But such is the way it goes. And then over here, you would go like this. Now, I find it's way easier to put those in. Oh, I did it too far out. I find it's easier to make the straight segments first, because then you know when you go in that, you're going to have a perfect curve like this. See how it has that perfect curve in there? And that's really what you want, is you want to have that kind of consistent, perfect curve. So basically it's 2 foundations, then you have your, what I call the center foundation, and then 2 foundations here. So you have your center one, back it up by 2 on both, going to have yourself a beautiful corner. Now, had I moved it up further, say I move this up further like this, and then I run that one and I try to go into the corner, you can see it's not going to let me do it because the angle is too sharp. So that's the basics of turning. So if you look at what we've got here, everybody, if you split this in half, and this is why this works, if you split this spot right here in half, like this, and then you go to this one and you split this one in half, like this, run this back, oh, if I get it to line up, there we go, like this, and then you go into a curve. It has difficulty getting into that curve. And that's why you want to kind of back this edge up just that little bit extra, like this, and then try to go into that curve, and you notice that it does actually work. And so there's a bit of a trickery to this to get it to do what you want it to do. But the whole point of it is to get it to work on an angle. And so I was almost there, because I was out here building out angles, and I realized it right afterwards that my brain was trying to tell me, Kismet, you need to use those angles. It's, you know, sometimes my mind remembers better than I do. So what you can do is, again, same thing. You could go over here, and you could try to do something, because this thing won't rotate. Why won't you not rotate? My thing does not rotate. Like when I do scroll wheel, it doesn't rotate it. Again, it should let me rotate that corner there. I'll do it from this corner over here, because again, it's being funky. So we'll go this way. We'll take this, and we'll go in this direction. It doesn't matter which way your spiral is, by the way. Like this, and then we take this, and we try to run it up onto this thing. And you can see it's having issues, right? So if we back it up again, we're going to back it up, say, halfway here. And then run that into the thing here. And you can see we still have an issue. But you see, just for a split second there, it does say, oh, beyond this thing, I'll be fine. Right? Now, the trick is trying to get these spirals to do what you want them to do, right? To go into these curves that you want. And so it becomes more and more difficult the further and further you go. Now, I can start it here and try to curve it, right? So if I go, let's say to this side, and make a bit, let's say there. And then I try to curve it like this. You can see you're going to get this really wide curve, right? And the curve is actually pretty perfect across 5 of them. You can't actually squeeze the curve down, but you can see that the curve does not work. It does not work in that configuration. So quite often you need to go on the far side. You need to go outside like this, and we'll take this out. And then you can start to do a curve. And you can see that some of the curve works, and then when you try to bring it in, it doesn't really work until you get way out here. So again, you can see that it will detect that curve angle. But you can, again, have control over that curve angle basically by knowing that 2 offset and 2 offset as well. So we're going to go ahead and start off by going ahead and using our walls here. And we're going to do that. And then we're going to get our foundation like this. And we're going to go ahead and put our ramp in here. Oops. And we'll put another one up here. Take this one out. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to run this back like so. Now, I find the best way to do this, everybody, is to fuddle with it. Try to get a good idea of what you want. Now, you can see that I can go ahead and do that curve. Now, the trick to that curve is you want it to be angled. See, the way I was doing it before is I was putting it on a flat edge, but that is actually going up at an angle instead of coming in and flattening out, which is why you don't want to use the flat one, why you want to use the angled one. And again, I wish I'd thought of it on stream, but then again, if I had thought about it on stream, I probably would have been streaming for another 3 hours because I would have thought of it and said, okay, now we got to do the thing. So probably better that I didn't actually in the moment, but such is the way it goes. Okay, so now we're going to go up 2 levels, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the same thing. Now, I suggest you can do it with just 1, but 2 makes it a little easier. And again, you can try to come around. Now, we've got to find a better in-between spot to where we can find the kind of perfect looping of this. Now, what you really want to do is you want to go the opposite way. You want to go this way and go down. Now, notice how that just like worked perfectly. And the reason why that is because that's halfway into that one. And then the same thing here, you can go halfway into this one. And what you're trying to do is find a loop at which you can loop this around. Let me go up a little bit so you can see that you're trying to loop that. Now notice how that does not loop very well because one has got that really short distance. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead, take this out. And again, just try to go backwards this way. Now, the problem with doing this is that it doesn't really turn. See how it doesn't really turn the thing that you want to do there? So again, we're going to go back here, go to the middle of this one, and there we go. See, it'll let me do it. But again, it says, again, too sharp in there, right? So it's trying to get it to that same spot. What we're trying to do is get it to be a perfect arc over and over again. Now, I can take this out here. I can put this in right here, and I can do a whole bunch of different combinations that tries to get that started. I can also try to go this way. Now look at that, everybody. How come I can go this way like this, but I can't go the other way? And that's because it's brain dead. It's all about build direction. See, that's what you want. Look at that beautiful perfect curve, and it goes from the exact middle of this curve to the exact middle of this curve. And you're like, Kismet, I missed it. Show me again. All right, we'll show you again. So what I did is I put a spot here that's going in this direction. Okay? And then I went over here and I clicked in the middle of this and I started to drag it down and let it try to do a curve. It won't let me go that way, right? It won't let me go this way. What if I do something like this? And then I go from this back to this. Well, that does work, even though it's the same exact thing, right? So going from the in part backwards is better than going from the front forward, right? Now, let's take that to the next level, and we're going to go ahead and take this out, and we're going to go ahead and put our little ramp there. We're going to use a 2 ramp, 2-meter wrap, and we're just going to do the same thing. Now the difference is that this is going to have a little bit of a problem being perfect, right? Being exactly in the center, which is where you really want it to be. But we can go out just a little bit, and that's okay. Now, what we want to do is we want to end up on the next one right in the center, right? So we want it to end up in the center, and it's okay if we go a little wide. That's the whole point of it, is that we're going to try to go within the blueprinter, so then we can just use it to blueprint. So the smarter thing to do is actually to move this whole thing over. And that's going to make it a little easier for us to do our spiral, right? So we're going to go over here, and we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it a little bit further over, again, using the exact centers of all of this. There we go. And then we're going to take this, and we're going to go to the exact center of this, all the way out to the edge, just like that. And then we're going to go all the way over here, exact centers, all the way out to the edge. Oh, my God, Kismet, it's happening. It's happening right now. It's happening. The thing is happening. So there we go. That's how you do a spiral, everybody. Look at that beautiful angle. So it's going up and continuing that angle upwards. And I thought of it right after I logged off. So all we got to do now is just rinse and repeat, because this is a perfect half circle, right? So each of these are perfect half circles. That's what you want, because you know that now you can do them basically infinitely. And I can go out a little bit further too, just to make sure that I'm exactly the same as that, and then it will just go all the way out. And again, what I like to do is use walls. You can also build a centerpiece, and just bring up the centerpiece and then go every other block. You could do that as well. I just go and I just do, 2, and then I do 3, and so on and so forth along the way. Using a 1-meter foundation, using a angled thing here. Now we could actually pre-build all the rest of this, everybody. We got it down now. So we're gonna turn our zooping on. What are we there? We're 1, 2, 3, 4. And here, turn our zooping back off. Back off, there we go. And so what we're gonna do is just pre-build this out. This was 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the trick to this is to make a blueprint that you can just repeat, right? That you can just repeat over and over and over again. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Again, the trick is to make sure you're using the outside edge of the blueprint, because that just makes it easier for you to do the spiral as you're going up. And then here, easy. Oops. Put it down there when I didn't mean to. Now this, I could actually just zoop all the way to the top. And then this one, we can zoop all the way to the top. And so on. You get the idea. Okay, so then I just look at this one and say, okay, I want to go one higher. Right there. Again, once you have the premise of it down, it becomes much easier. So again, that one's there, up by 1. Now what I really want to do is I want this to spiral around and stop right here. And the reason why is if I do that, then I can take another one and put it on top and just keep adding them to the top. So again, we'll spiral it around, and then it will stop here. Now again, I could probably get another one in there, maybe. I don't think actually it'll go outside the blueprinter. But it's best to stop here anyway. Now it doesn't matter where I start. Eventually it'll end up at that stopping point at that point. So let's go ahead and put in the rest of this, everybody. And again, we don't need this second one. And now all we have to do is just go to the outer part of the blueprinter, just like this, and just hit it right in the center. Outer part of the blueprinter, right in the center of these foundations. And again, you're using the rounded ones so they have a nice upward arc. And again, I can't remember how long that Satisfactory stream was. It was like 20 hours or something, or 18 hours. Probably better that I had a memory loss there and took a break and then come back to it. Okay, so there we go. So let's take a look at our spiral. Our spiral looking much better. It does kind of flatten out a little bit, but you can see that it does very much nicely go along that edge. And so the best thing to do is, I wonder if I could put a car in here. I don't think I can put a car in it when it's on the Blueprint Designer. Now I need to take this piece out here because I don't longer need that piece. I don't need all the scaffolding and stuff. So we'll take out all the walls and whatnot. Now you also need to think about how you're going to put these pieces together, right? How are you going to put these together if you're going to stack them from the blueprint? And again, this blueprint will be available to my awesome patrons over on patreon.com after I'm done doing it here on stream. Turn that one back off. Get this one. That one. This one. This one. Get these walls. Walls there. And again, it's very important to get rid of these excess things so it's not burning up your resources as well. Okay, very nice. Now, whether we can span it faster than that is a good idea. And again, you can see that this actually transitions a little better than what we were doing here, which is just flattening it out. So let's go in here and let's take all this out. Like so. We'll take all this out of here. We were fooling around with some fun stuff there. But we know exactly how we want this to go. And so we'll take all of these out. And again, we want this to come in through here and then spiral its way up down there. Okay, very nice. There's our spiral. Some extra scaffolding here. Okay, so we want this to continuously connect to each other, right? We want this to keep on going up endlessly as far up as we need to go, way up there, right? So that's what we want to do. We want to get it up there. Now, I could also just build a ramp and do what's known as a switch back and forth all the way up. But we can also do a spiral. Now, I always like to create a centerpiece, so I'm going to use a nice big 4 meter there, where I could go ahead and set this one down and connect it. Now, if I set this one down on top of this one up here, how do I line up this with the one up above? Well, the best thing to do is to go in and do it manually, or really automatically if you're using your blueprints, and then set this to vertical. And so you can just go ahead and vertically zoop these up like this. Now, I want to be at the same level at which I had my foundation up here at the top. Kind of awkward there with my vertical thing, but just kind of right there where the foundation was. And so that's basically where I want that to be. So I'm going to go ahead and just walk this back like this. Okay. So in theory, if this one sits on top of this other foundation, it's going to be lined up in such a way that I can continue that along there. Now, I don't need all these other ones, just the one at the top and the one at the bottom. So they basically act as like a guide, right? So I can set them on top of each other. Let's go ahead and save that out. Spiral number 2. Let's call it spiral 3, just for funsies. And I'll probably get rid of those other spirals eventually. But all right, let's go test it. Now again, I highly recommend when you're working with blueprints to do a lot of trial and error with your blueprints. So we're going to go ahead and get this going, and we're going to go into 2 meters or 1 meter. Build mode, zoop. There we go. Zoop that across. And so my my spot's going to be right here in the center. We're going to take this out. Again, that should come in through here. Actually, no, this has got to stay here. This is my incoming thing. All right, spiral number 3. So in theory, I should be able to go in and try to put this down. Now, if you notice that if I use this bigger block, and I did this on purpose, that it sits up a little bit, right? It kind of sits up out of there. But if I take this block out, then I go and I bring up my blueprint and try to put that down there. One of the things about the larger piece that when you're trying to snap it, if it isn't the same piece, it's really super awkward. Also, this game does not have vertical nudging. It really needs that vertical nudging because this is super awkward to try to get this to go where you want it to go. You can see it's super awkward. So the smart thing for us to do is to actually make sure that the lower one is also the same width as the upper one. So we can take that one out and say, you know what, let's just use this nice 1 meter foundation here, and we should be good. Now, the point of this, though, is that the 1 meter foundation is sitting on top of another foundation. Why? Because this is actually sitting at the foundation level. This represents the foundation level, not that. Okay, so good to keep that in your head of where the foundation level is at and how it should stack on top of it. So let's take that out. Let's go ahead and put this down. Now, I could also do it with the larger one as well, but the real goal is just to stack it on the ground like that. And so it's just kind of easier, I find, to control if you're using the same size stack. And we're going to hit H, and we're going to look at it. We're going to see if it's sinking down in there. Is it sinking down? Up, went in the water. If is it sinking down in the thing, or is it sitting on top of the actual foundation? Well, if you look at it, you can see it's sitting on the foundation perfectly. Looks pretty great. It's nice and centered. We click that button, and that should be at the foundation level. Now, my particular thing, see how it actually adjusted itself too? It's pretty cool. See how my thing is a little bit underwater, so that's on purpose. And in theory, if I did this right, I should be able to just take this and click that there, and that is now a functioning spiral. There you go. Now, I should be able to take those and set those on top of each other, and they line up. Now, one of the things I would do, though, is not trust it. I never trust anything in this game that I absolutely didn't connect myself. So I would go ahead and hit H there. Oop, I'm going to try to hit H there. Put that on there. Hit H. There we go. Now we're in holographic mode. We go look. Nudge it this way. Now, of course, we want to look at which way the arrow's going. The arrow's going like that and it's sitting how it should, perfectly lined up. We click it, we can see that it doesn't quite match up, and that's okay. That's okay if it doesn't match up because the arc of the one underneath is going to be like that. Now, here's what you do. You just take this segment out. You take this and connect that segment there, and you're basically done. You're welcome. I just saved you so much time, everybody. So much time right there building the spiral, and while we're at it, let's just keep doing it. Let's get it going, everybody. Now, another thing you can do is also turn on your snap, and you can try to snap your blueprint. Make sure you rotate it the right direction, so it's facing the same direction always, this way off to the left, and there's the spiral. And then we'll go up here to the top. Again, using our blueprint snapping, another spiral. Look how easy this is, everybody. Kismet's hooking you up. Look at that, showing you my best stuff, everybody. Showing you my best stuff. Now, let's go down here, check those connections. We'll go inside the spiral, and we'll go right here. Now, the reason why I can't go up higher is because I don't have any power. And the power goes along these connections, so we just want to redo those connections. And then here, this one out. Again, the best way to know is if you screwed up is if to take your train on there later. But just check for these kind of gaps. Now, in my mind, I think it should automatically adjust itself, but it doesn't, so you got to do what you got to do. How's that, everybody? You digging it? Let me see it in the chat, everybody. You digging my cool spiral? Come on, so easy. So easy if you know how to do it. Again, especially if you've already set it up in such a way that you can just redo it over and over again. Like this. And then up here, like, not like that. All right, it offset that one. No. Right when I clicked. Get up there, you. There we go. It is a train spiral. Now, why would you do this? Why would you do a spiral as opposed to just doing it at an angle? And the reason why is because the spiral does not slow it down that much as it would a ramp. And I know that seems counterintuitive, but it is totally true. A spiral really helps you a lot when you are trying to reduce the fact that your resources are getting, or that your trains are getting slowed down. And here we go. Still does that rocking a little bit. But the point is that my speed is staying pretty consistent. It's 95, roughly. So my train is going to grab the resources down there. And I don't need to do any of this, everybody. I can just run it up. I can just run it up to the top. Now, why would I do this? Why would this be more efficient? Oh, there's the end of our thing. Why would this be more efficient to run a train versus just running the resources up? Well, the reason why is, one, your time. This is way easier to build than it is to run all those pipes up and then put a pump in and put another pump in and put another pump in and another pump and another pump and checking all of your height things and whatnot. Having it on the train gathers more, and you can have more train cars on there. You can just keep adding more and more train cars. And just have more of it. And then on the output, it actually is going to be faster if you have multiple outputs, which we learned previously in this particular playthrough. It's actually better to have multiple cars because those cars can output at different rates. In case, say you were trying to get it at 600, well, it's never going to come out of one thing at 600. So what you do is you split it into two, and it comes out at 300 in both, and then it will come out at a much faster rate. Or even split it up into three, and then we'll come out at 900 instead of 600. And that's because you backlog it and it's able to gather more. Because there's always around 30 seconds, I think it's 28 to 30 seconds of stop time in which it takes to unload and load a train. And so that means it stops running resources out and basically stops your production. So you want to get those resources out as quick as possible before the next train comes along. We're also going to use this water for nuclear power. So that's why we're building this spiral here. And it is incredibly useful, as you can see, as a transport medium. And it also acts as a way, if you've seen me do it before, you've seen me do this here with the power line. So I can go up and down and go really high up and really far down if I want. Well, guess what? The power is built in to these train tracks. So the fact that the power is built into these train tracks allows me to do much more. Now I'm going to try something right here, and I'm going to see if it happens. I'm going to go take this out, and I'm going to try to take this, and I'm going to try to connect it to this one. Now look at what we did, everybody. We just created a perfect curve. Now we take this one out, and we put this one in. Now I'm really blowing your mind. And we rotate that curve. We going down. Now our curves are even better. They don't flatten out. And you're like, Kismet, you're blowing my mind. That's right. So basically what we're doing is we're using this as a template, right? We're using this as a template to get started. Now I'm actually going to take this entire thing out. Because what I wanted to show you is that a lot of times you use stuff just as scaffolding, just as getting started. So the smart thing to do is actually to go back to our original over here, and utilize that ability to go ahead and fix these arcs that are already there, right? So fix these arcs that come along there. So if I take this one out, because we're going to leave the in one, this one here. So if I take this one out and I take this one out, I can go ahead and fix that arc so that arc works a little better, right? And I'm going to take this one out or the other one out, either way. In fact, I'll take them both out so I can go ahead and match them up nicer. Or what I could try to do is go ahead and put one here and then try to do that. But it's kind of better to take this side out in the end. So we fixed that part. Now we're going to go down here. We're going to take this out. This should be blowing your mind right now, everybody. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this. Now that is even nicer. Look at that arc. It doesn't flatten out as much. It's nice and spacious, circular thing there as well. So it kind of tells you that you could just do one side and then do the other and then do a full arc instead of having to do half arcs or smaller arcs to make that happen, right? So you can actually get it to go clear across there. Now the same thing with this bottom arc that's kind of going up and flattening out. We could, in theory, go over here, put an arc over on this side just to kind of get this over here. We'll do a straight arc here, right? And then we'll take this one out, and we'll take this one out, and now we're going to go ahead and run that there. There we go. So now we could actually start it from over here if we wanted to, and make that arc. In my case, this one's actually going to end up coming out of there anyway, so I'm going to actually just go in and just put that arc back in, but like that. And so there we go, everybody. Not only did I solve the problem of it flattening out, I also showed you a much easier way of aligning them and snapping them together so that the arcs are much better, so you don't have this going on with your train, right? Again, I figured that out right after I went off stream. I was like, that's exactly how I do it. So again, showing you a lot of the pitfalls that can happen when you're doing this thing. And we're going to take this all out because, again, why go in and fix each individual segment when we can fix it on the blueprint and then just very easily restack it all. And the cool thing is also is that you can go into blueprint mode and just take these out real easy like this. Now, do remember that I did add some back in. So if I do add some back in, those ones I'm going to have to take out manually like this. There we go. Make sure we've got none others up there that we got to take out. And then same thing here. And down there. And we'll take these out. And again, on your way down, just take all this stuff out. Oops. Like this. Blueprints. 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 And then these are the individual ones I added. So don't be afraid to build and then find a better way and then do it again. Build and build and build until you find a better way to run your particular stuff. So again, did we go ahead and save it? I can't remember. Let's go do it again. And I find the most important thing is to find that that perfect looping of what you're doing, meaning that you can loop one blueprint into another blueprint into another blueprint. And so on. Yeah, Kid Coco's loving it. Yeah, so you can loop that blueprint. And again, trying to find a better way and improving upon it over and over again is really important. So again, doing the full arc is going to come out much nicer than doing the partial arc. And I'll show you here when we go to do this. There we go. And again, same thing. So the first one you want to line up and you want to look at which direction you're putting the arrow. This time I'll put the arrow out the other way, which is why we did it before. And like this. There we go. Now, the reason why we want to do that is because the start of it is right there. So we want that to end up over there. Take a look at how this is lining up. All right, that looks pretty good. Kind of hard to see in the dark. But there we go. And again, we have our stuff going. And then just right back to the blueprints again. Rotate it the same way. In fact, turn it into blueprint mode so it snaps. And then now you've got an easy way to just build out your spirals. That's probably good enough. Again, you got a little bit of work. You have to go in here and kind of rework some of this. And that's okay. That's okay if we have to rework some of that. Now, also in this, right here, all I got to do is replace this little segment here. Like so. And again, you can see this is all one segment. Like this. And then this is two segments. So if we want to do that again and say, you know what? I would rather... Let's go ahead and run this back just a little bit. Keep it nice and straight. I would rather this all be one segment, right? Take that out and make it into a single segment. So now you have a full half arc. So perfect. Over here, full half arc, and you can see what's in our future for us here, everybody. We're going to be doing a bit of connecting of how this goes. Now, we already have all that done. That's good. Same thing here. One segment, and then segment here. This is what I was talking about earlier. That I was going to take these two segments out and then just let those perfectly align. And then do that over and over again. And this kind of like a reminder. This little break here is to do a reminder of this. Now, you can just manually do this as well. You could just set up the blocks and just do half arcs, half arcs, half arcs. Because you only really need the ones on the side, everybody. You only need the ones like this. Because you could just half arc this side, half arc the other side, and just go back and forth. Instead of doing it on all four sides, you can just do it on the two sides, and you're good. And so you can just do full half arcs, which is basically what I'm doing here. Going in and taking the two half arcs here and turning them into a full arc. Now, why did I do the half arcs in the first place? Well, that's so I could find a center where I could loop it and repeat that process over and over again so that we're getting our really nice angled thing. Now, let's go down here. And I was also talking about how you can put it on other things like foundations and things of that nature, which is also very cool. I'll take all that out now. There's so much stuff you can do, everybody. There's a lot of ways to work around the systems of the game and do even more advanced stuff than before. What happened to my power? Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's go try it now. See if it's a bit better. See if we gain any speed. All right. Yeah, a little bit of still rocking there. Still a little bit of a rocking when it comes together. But it's so much easier to blueprint like that and then build it upwards. Yeah, all right. Much better, though. Much better. Much nicer. All right. Now, we did that. Let's go back over here. Again, you want to do multiple of them to get an idea of the spiral. All right. Now, we're going to do this a different way. Always highly recommend trying things different way. To clear the designer. Actually, let's load this one so we can just call it number 4. But we're going to just take all this out. I like how it's like, it comes up as squares first. Okay. And again, we're going to do this a different way this time. Okay, so what we're going to do is, again, start pretty much the same way. Start on this side because it likes to be weird. Again, knowing that I'm in the center of the 5x5 there. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to do this, right? But instead of doing that, we're going to go ahead and start with a little low ramp here. And we're just going to go halfway. Like this. Now, see, it won't let me do that because of the blueprinter, right? So it's going down in the blueprinter because it's going to angle the thing down in the blueprinter. So that's why you want to bring it up. And so we'll go ahead and go in. Choo-choo! And then go in here and get it going. Have you experimented with bridges yet? Yes, I have. I don't use them very often because I find building all that stuff very inefficient. And Fix-It Corporate doesn't like that, but you do you. Okay, so instead of doing it over there, I'm going to do the second one over here. And actually, I'll just take this all the way up. Take this all the way up. Some people build it out from the center. Some people build it out. I build it out from the side. There's no point putting it in the center, I think, because you're just going to build it on the side anyway. So what you want to do is go every other one, right? So every other one here. Every other one there. Every other one here. Because the opposite is going to happen over here. This is every other one here. And if you run this across, you can see it equals up to this one, right? So again, every other one. I'm going to turn my zooping off. There we go. So in theory, that's our deal, right? That's our deal right there. So we take this and we run it over here. Boom, done. Then this over to here. Done, right? Except for we got to make sure that when we're doing this arc that it's actually angling upward. So that's where our ramps come in. And so now we'll want to put a ramp on each of these. Or we can put it outside those, whatever you feel like doing, mouse. Again, all we need to do is just make sure it's going in the same direction as all the other ones. Like this. And again, there's 100 different ways of doing this same thing, everybody, but just to give you a general idea, easy way to build this. I'm always about the easiest way. It doesn't have to be super fancy as long as it's functional, I find. But again, hitting that right in the center is where you want to be. And then just go ahead and go all the way to this side. And all the way back over here. And even easier. Now, how did I figure this out? I figured it out by fooling around and trying different things and seeing what could be done. I find that's the best way, everybody. Just fuddle with it. Get an idea. You say, oh, I saw that thing on Kismet stream. I wonder if that could become and do this other thing that I want to do. I find that's the best part of discovery, everybody, is that you learn one thing and that leads you to learn the next thing. Right? And that's really fun, I think. And there we go. Now we've got our spiral. The problem is that this particular spiral does not end up back where this part starts, which is basically here, right? But that's okay. You know why? Because we could just manually connect that side, boom, boom, to the bottom of this, which is right over here, right? So now we have an even tighter spiral, and it also has that nice angled spiral thing going on around there as well. So what we'll do is go ahead, again, take out all the scaffolding because we don't need that. We'll just go ahead and take out all the walls because those are usually the easiest. I don't like leaving excess stuff in my blueprints. I feel like taking it out is always a good idea. Again, just showing you a faster way of doing the same thing I just did. And down there. Like that. Now again, the most important thing is having the ability to take it and replicate it, right? To sit it on top of each other as well. So 1 meter in the center. And then we're going to go ahead and zoop those in a vertical way. There we go. I could just use a wall, but I don't know, just fun to zoop them up. Like that. Again, what we want to do is to line up to the one over here that we did. Which looks like it's actually the second one down. And take this out. Actually might be down one more. And the way to check it is put your ramp back in and see if it matches up to your ramp. It sure does. Perfect. Okay. We know that's the top or the bottom of this particular foundation that we want. And so we'll go ahead and take that out. And then we'll take all of these out. Unnecessary ramps. And so we just built it 10 times faster. You're welcome. So much faster and easier to build it that way. Again, I usually do stuff because I know you're going to run into these same problems. And you're going to run into this issue and say, okay, you know, I'm trying to build it. It takes a long time to build. Now, what you can also do is build it afterwards. You can just build the side parts like you saw me build, which is just the 2 side parts, and just stack those side parts and just manually keep doing it all the way up. You can do that as well. But it's pretty cool to use the blueprints as well. All right, let's go over here and use it again. And again, this is the fun part. Trying out all of this stuff. Take all this out. Like this. And dish. We'll back this up just a little bit for when we're putting our blueprint down. This one and this one. All right, now we're getting serious in here. Here we go again. All right, number 4. Now again, we're going to put the arrow to the side in which we want to go. Now, here's the thing. I could actually rotate this in any direction that I want. Now, you might notice that in this particular case, I turned the spiral in the opposite direction. It does not go in the same direction as the one before. And that's okay, because I can make a spiral go one way, and then in the blueprinter, I can make the spiral go the other way. In fact, you could put spirals within the spirals. You could make the spiral wider, right? So you could have it go on the outside. So you could have one coming down and one going up at the same time, because you'd have 2 separate tracks. So you can really get creative with these. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and reverse it, just to show you the reverse thing. And we're going to go in and make sure that this is nice and aligned to the foundations. And hard to see a bit in the water. But we're going to do that. Nicely aligned. Yes, it is. And again, I can just take this track over here and just run it over here. So now it'll turn back and it will go that way. And then we're going to spiral around. So again, we'll get our train. Now, the more you have your train go up and down and turn left and right, the more it's going to slow it down. And we don't want our train to slow down. We want our train to go as fast as it possibly can. So here we go. Now, see, this is a really tight spiral here. And so you can see that the train is just barely below the spiral, right? Very, very tight spiral. So again, very cool way of doing that. And again, I only brought it up by one thing each time as well. So let's go try it again. You're like, dang, Kismet, you do a lot of these. Yep, that's all part of the fun. All part of the fun is that you can go in and make your spirals go even further, right? So if I take this and I try to run it to this, that doesn't work, right? So it doesn't, that didn't work to that one. It would be nice if it just figured that out, by the way. If I just actually magically turned and it just, like, as me turning, it knows what the angle is. That would be cool, but I can't do this again. Boom, put that back down there, and now I actually have a loop. So that'll just loop around that endlessly, which is kind of fun. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another one here. We're going to go ahead and take this one out. And we're going to take all of this out. We've already got all this saved. And we're going to do somewhat similar to what we did there. And again, we'll start our loops on the sides. And this time we will start it again on this side. Getting halfway through. Now see, the fact that it doesn't auto arc is kind of an awkward thing. You can't just tell it to arc right at that moment. But once you put a straight in, then you can go ahead and then do it, and then it will let you arc the pieces there. Okay, so we're going to start with just an arc there. Again, I started with a straight piece, and then I made an arc, and again, it's halfway in between all the foundations, and it goes all the way to the outside edge. So it's utilizing that kind of 2.5 foundations worth. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and take our wall, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to zoop it all the way up, and over here, zoop it all the way up, like this. Okay, now before what we did is we did a foundation, and then a foundation, and so on, but now we're going to go every 2, let's try every 3. See if it lets us get away with that. Let's take this, take this, and this. Now when we try to do 3, you can see that it actually lets us do 3. Isn't that cool? So now we're, instead of just 1 up or 2 up, we're 3 up. And let's go try 4. Now why would you want to do that? Well, because it's climbing steeper, right? So it's climbing much steeper than it was before. And let's go 5. Again, check those limits, everybody. See how far you can go. Again, doing the spiral closer or further away makes a difference in overall thing. Now you can see that that one's too far. So we know that 4 is about the limit. So let's do one that's 4. And then we'll just go ahead and zoop this across so where we're at. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 up again. Like this. Take this one. Put it up here. Now look at that spiral, everybody. Now that is a much faster spiral, right? So it's actually going up at a sharper angle. And that angle makes a difference as to... Keep bumping my little foot pedal. It makes a difference to the speed at which it's going to be going up that spiral, right? So we're going to go ahead and just save that spiral like that. We'll take this part out. And we'll go in and take all this wall side segment out. Make this easier. We'll just go to the outsides here. Wall segments out. Foundations. Okay. Now this one, we'll just leave the foundation in and we'll just run this to the center. And then put this one down here. Again, so you can make them tighter or you can make them closer apart. And then we'll make this spiral number 5. There we go. Okay, let's go try spiral number 5. I'm actually going to put spiral number 5 next to spiral number 4 here. I think it was spiral number 4. And again, we can just go ahead, run this across. Put in spiral number 5. I'm going to rotate it to the right. Notice how spiral number 5 is really skinny there in the look of it. A little bit over. Looks good. And again, you can see it matches up to the foundation and it's all the way up there. And by the way, since we have a split here, we could actually go one way or another. So now we've split it into 2 separate spirals, right? So you can actually make a spiral within a spiral if you wanted to. So I'm going to actually manually build it, but you could also make a blueprint for it. And by now, you should have basically gotten the gist of this. I'm going to go ahead and go up like this. And let's say we go up another one here. Try to get in the center. Someone's trying to shoot me over there. The guy's upset. He's mad. So watch this. Oh, I need my angle. I'm going to do this properly. Actually, we just started up here even easier. And run it back over here. And you can see that we can do a 3rd one. See, and that can go off that other way. And then I can then have it spiraling this way. Or I can put it within the spiral. A spiral within a spiral because I've made the spiral longer. And these are what's known also as helixes, everybody, if you're not into 3D animation. Helixes are a spiral like that that you can set up. So that works pretty well. But you know what would work even better than that? Of course, coming down here and saying, you know what, I want this to perfectly come down, and I want it to line up down here, right? So we want to think of the same offset that we have here, 2, and then 2 in that direction. So we just go to this one and say, okay, 1, 2, here's our corner, 1, 2, and then here's our center here, and we'll go ahead and just run this across this way. And so instead of it going and going up there, we can use our kind of perfect corner here. to try to get it to line up. You might be a little too close there. A little too close. Try that again, only better this time. There we go. And then try to get that to go up there. Man, why is that not? Do it from up here down. Maybe I'm just not seeing it right. Hold up. How many up is that? 3 up. Come on, you tricky little bugger. Not far enough out. Okay, that's weird. That should be able to go down there and spiral. Let's take it down by 1. Oh, okay. It didn't seem like that's lining up like this one. This should be half, 1, 2, and then half of this other one. 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should allow me to go and run backwards. For some reason, it's not. Odd. Very odd. Well, here's what we can do. We can go up here. Try to make that go down, but you need your straight piece. Let's go in this one. There it is. Okay, yes, I need to go out by 1. You get the general gist of it. So you can actually make, what I'm trying to show you is you can make a spiral in a spiral. Well, that's not going to make it. I know what to do. You put a block signal in there, and this becomes a separate segment. You take this, now I'm showing you I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm showing you some serious advanced stuff. See how you can just cut the block signal, and then you can just run it down. And so you can try to control it via the block signal. Like this. We should probably back this up right here. I'm showing you the really advanced stuff now using your block signals. We'll get to that later. But there we go. All right, we fixed it. Again, getting it where you can go multiple directions, and then also I could have this one come straight out like this, and then curve over and get this one going. Stay to there. A little tighter. Take this out here.
Hello.
Hello. What's up? That one into there. There we go. So look at that, everybody. Double spiral. So you can have one coming down and one going up at the same time. Now, I'm only going to use a single spiral because I only need to go up. Then it's going to turn around and come back down. I'm only going to have the one train. But if you have multiple trains, you can do multiple spirals at the same time. Hey, Ems, what's up, Rotisserie G? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. So I'm showing you some pretty advanced stuff, including the trick of using your block signals to cut your rail lines so you can better adjust those angles. And look at that, how we made a custom angle there, too. Very cool, but again, we're only going to do a single spiral, but I did want to touch on that while we're at it, so you can see that you can do a double spiral. So, again, we can see that the spiral length of this gets us to that top part much faster than the spiral length of this. Now, one of the things that would be awesome is if you could do a full spiral length where you could just go the whole distance. That would be awesome. Or you could just say, here's the beginning, here's the end, make the spiral for me. That would be even better. But you can see the difference. All right, so we're going to take the train, and we're going to take out this side one here. And we have the ability to switch tracks. It automatically adds a switch, by the way, for your tracks. So while you're driving down the middle of your tracks here, you can choose. So right now you can see it's set to the left track. Oh, cool at nighttime too. So it's set to the left track, and we're going to go on the left track again just to give you an idea. You can see it's super close. Again, really tight spiral there. It's only one block up, one wall up. All right, so get the feel of that. I always find the best way to design stuff, both as a graphic designer and as a gamer, is how it feels to you. How it feels to drive up that thing with that slow thing. Now remember, our speed on there is about 95, and so now we're going to take our train here, put that back on here again. We're going to try anyway. Come up. There we go. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to change this by hitting the D button. There we go. And you can see that it's now, the arrow's now pointing in the other direction. So let's go feel what this one feels like. And let's also watch our speed here. Okay, now you can see our speed went down a little bit, but that's kind of a small test. What we need to do, and if you notice, by the way, the train is backsliding on that steep angle. So keep that in mind as well. But we can't really test it without stacking a whole bunch of them on top of each other. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to stack. And you're going to see something pretty magical when we do it this way, by the way. And stack. And stack. You're like, Kismet, why are you not running out of power, bro? You should be running out of power while you're stacking this vertically. You should be totally running out of power. And that's because this actually lines up to where your starting point is. So I actually don't have to repair or fix the starting point of my spiral. So that power is automatically connecting to the previous one because I've perfectly balanced it now, where I can just keep putting them down and not have to fix those segments every time. Do you see how I'm walking you down the road, everybody? This is what I do a lot in this stream. I walk you down the road so you can see what potential issues you're going to have and then how to solve that issue. Now, some people just like to go right to the solution, and you're there now. But it's also good to know, look, we're almost to the top too. It's also good to know the whys. The why that spiral, why this spiral works better than the other spiral. Why does that blueprint work better than that other blueprint? Now, again, the biggest problem here is going to be speed. So let's go again, put another one down here. And then also backsliding if you run out of power. So here we go again. Now, remember, I didn't do any connections between the blueprints. I just put the blueprints down and that was it. Ah, see what happened there? It completely stopped. Now, why did it do that? Oh, no, did I lose my power? Because this one should have power. Yeah, it definitely lost power. See, right at the point in which the two blueprints connect. The weird thing is that I'm getting power as the person who is floating around. But you can see that the connection where we have the foundations, you can see right where that foundation has lost power. So we're going to take that out. We're going to take this one, and we're just going to go ahead and reconnect these together. And then try it again. Again, these are all the issues that you're going to run into when you're doing this kind of thing. And easy solutions. Because what this does is this saves you endless hours of troubleshooting that. Why did that not work? Why didn't it just connect to itself? Why is it constantly running out of power every time I run my train up the thing? Why is it running out? Okay, we got past the first loop. And again, we're at 84 right now. So it's actually running slower. And then same problem again, right? Same problem again and whatnot. So is it faster for me to have it go up slower and just go a further distance? Or is it faster for me to have it just go in a spiral at 95 versus 85, right? Is it faster to do more loops or faster to do thing? It doesn't really matter because it's only a matter of 10 speed. But what I like to do is do none of this. I like it to all be way up there. That's why I have my base way up on top, because it all runs flat and it never loses speed. Losing speed is the thing that really can mess you up along the way. So it helps you when you're trying to build the thing, but you still have to go back and fix it for the actual train. So that's what we'll need to do on every level. We'll need to go in and do it. Now, my goal is to have this one over here actually be lined up over here. I really don't need extra spirals. And you can do all sorts of fun things with these spirals, everybody. You can do a lot of fun things. But I think you got the gist of this now, so we're going to go ahead and actually build it for realsies. Now, me, I like to have it where my spirals here are blueprint mode. My spirals are kind of more distance. This way, it's going up faster, even though it's going slower. So it's rising faster, but running slower. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use this last blueprint here. Now, all the other blueprints I'll probably get rid of and just use this last one. But again, you got a general idea of different types of spirals, different type of train tracks you can do, and whatnot. Just making sure that that is aligned. So when I get this all the way to the top, it's going to be good. Okay, now again, here we go. Watching the arrow over there. Now again, it transfers the power, but it still messes up the train itself. I should probably go over here. Take this out while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, there's a lot of fun to discover these kind of stuff. Our spiral actually ends up a little too high there. So we'll probably go in and cut the spiral so it can come up and then end up up here where our other trains are. Right over here, because this is where we want the water to end up. So we're going to have the train bring up the water and then go back down, get the water. Now on the way down, it's going to go even faster. So the slowness of it coming up is going to be made up by the fact that it's going to go down faster, right? And then it's just going to kind of keep doing that over and over and over again, which is awesome. Okay, now we're going to go down and do this. Now, another way of doing this, by the way, is doing the exact opposite of what I'm doing. Just by putting down the foundations, you can then just manually put in each and every segment of the spiral if you want to. You can just go in and manually place that in. And so you just put in the platforms with the angle ramps, right? They're going in their two different directions. This one's actually going to be going this way up at an angle, and this one's up at this angle. And then you can just manually put them in and just have the things there, just stack those, and then come back later and just manually put every single one of them in. Me, I put it in where I know where the connection is. I know the connection is right here, where these two are connecting together. So I'll just take that out, and then go up here with the one up above it. Oh, well, it should have had a connection there. I must have taken that one out. Took the wrong one out. Do that again. Vitally important to get the bottom one right. That can really trip you up. That's why I hologram it first, make sure it's lined up. Hard to see in the water as well. There we go. Okay. Try this again. Should go, oh, right there. That one goes to there. All right, nice. Took another one out there. That one there. Take that out. Connect it to there. Now again, there's 100 different ways of doing this same thing. But basically what I'm doing is I'm taking half of it out and it's doing the other half. Right? So basically you'd end up doing this anyway and just doing all of these, but I don't have to do half of the train tracks. So that's basically what the time it's saving me, is the fact that I don't do half of them. And that's a good thing. And again, we could make this more shallow, which would give us more speed. But I wanted to do a lot of the work for me. I'm a big fan of it doing the work versus me doing all the work. And then here, again, there's 100 different ways of doing exactly what I'm doing. Take that one out. Oh, and this is the one that's going to spiral. Spiral up. Huh. Try that again. This one in. Whoa. That is tripping me out. The one up above it is not... I can just keep taking the blueprint out. That's what keeps tripping me up. Alright, come on. You got this. This one. That one. This one. We'll know if it's messed up because by the time we get up there, I think I'm clicking blueprint and not default. It happens. Sure, it's on default and not blueprint, or I'll take the whole blueprint out, which I just keep doing right there. Okay, and then this one, again, we'll leave the spiral in, but we're going to basically do what I said before, and that's use a nice block signal, say right there, to cut that. Now this is actually cut separate. And I can take the rest of this part out and then run this, run that however you want, right up into there if you want. Very cool. All right, yeah, just think of it like a knife that you're cutting the thing. All right, let's see how much of this we got correct. That's awesome. That is awesome. Again, based on how fast you want it to go up and how fast you want it to come down is basically how far away you make that. But again, that takes less resources too, which I'm a big fan of. All right, can we get all the way to the top on the train? Always test it first. Make sure you can do it. All right. Getting a good 85, 90 occasionally there, but it's going to be average 85.
It's good.
It's good. It is. It's good. Retweets are good. Oh, okay. I'm going to give you some more here in a bit. Oh, they're not good. That's the wrong. You're retweeting the wrong one. Retweet this one. Right there. And that is a done spiral. You're welcome, everybody. Now you know how to do spiral railways. as well. Now, again, the easiest thing to do right here, everybody, is just to go ahead, put yourself in a nice little foundation there, and then just go ahead and click this, bring this right up onto the foundation, like this. Now, I feel like I'm just going to come over just a little bit, maybe, let's say right there. Now, the smarter thing to do, again, is to always do a flat segment first, like this. And then take that flat segment and run it back to your other segment. And look how nice that is, everybody. Look how nice it fixes that angle for you. So when it comes up, it's got a little bit of wobble in there. But it's going to equal it out so that you can then run it into the system here, which is what I'm going to use it for. And so basically, it's going to come in and it's going to run into here. Now, if I go in and pretend like I'm going to take this out, we can see that there is a segment here that we can go in and turn this way, like this. And we can see right about there is a good spot. So again, straight segment first, then curved segment, like this. See, look how nice that is, all right? So always do your straight segments. It's going to give you nice curves, and it's going to curve its way right into there. Very nicely. This one actually goes underneath. Now, again, we're going to need a bunch of block signals and things like that to prevent the trains from crashing into each other, because that's bad. So we're going to go ahead and put a block signal right before the tracks meet. Let that one go by. These block signals are awkward, everybody. I find that you got to either get on the right side or find a really good spot like right there. You don't want this too close either, because the trains can still crash into each other even if they're on separate lines, if they're too close together. Now this one, same thing. As it's going into the curve, I'd probably back it up, and let's say to there. You can see that the segments have different colors, right? You can see that this has a different color from those. And that's what you want. You want this to be able to go in here and basically not crash into something that's already there. So we'll go ahead, I'll put this back just a bit. You can use your scroll wheel to flip sides. Say right there. There comes my big train. That big train never goes into this station though, so it doesn't really need the block signal for that. It needs the block signal over there. So I have two train stations, and they're all running along a similar track. In fact, I actually have another train that goes over there. So basically, it's three trains running on the same track, and they never run into each other. And now we're going to add a fourth train to the same track. Now, what I want to do is I want to go in here. We're going to add another area where we're going to, another station, or we already did, actually, right there. We added another station where it's going to go down here. It's going to go past this station, and it's going to end up where the water drop-off is right over here, right? And then when it's done, it needs to make its way back down into that lower area. So that's a little bit more tricky, because it needs to go basically from over here, from this segment over into this segment. So what we can do yet again is to use our thing to cut, and I'd cut way back here. And then we can go ahead and say, you know what, I want this to go this way, right? Or I can go ahead and go the opposite direction if it lets me. Too close to a switch. Well, duh. Well, duh. Yeah, I won't do it because there's another switch there, and this one's going in the opposite direction. I see. Yes, because it's going in the opposite direction of that switch. How can we fix that? That's a good question. See, I don't like it to cross over the switch. So, that's a good question. We could have it merge earlier here. Yes, but we'd have to move this back to here. So let's just take this out for a second so we can see if we can merge across. We can. Yes, but we don't want it to go that way. We want it to go... No, we do want it to go that way. We want it to go this way. It needs to go... this. Yeah, because it's going in the opposite direction. It's going to cause that train to stop. Interesting. Yes, let's take the block signal out. Yeah, because this one's coming from this side. So we need to go from this back into there. Like that. Yes. Better idea. I don't like trains to cross over because it's inefficient. I'm a big fan of efficiency. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to do exactly what we did over here, where we took this. We said 1, 2, 3. And do something even better. Now again, a lot of times I will adapt what I'm doing to what I feel is better. If I see that there's a way to do it better, I will just switch that in the moment. Again, we're going to go like this. That'll be fine. And then make sure that we have our thing there. And then because this train is coming from a different track and is going to bypass this other one over here, we'll need another one here so it doesn't crash into that train. That's there. Okay, now we need this track to come back and end up going back that other way. So we'll want to bring this track forward. It's not really snapping, which I don't like. Let's snap this straight first. Then we'll take this back out. Deal with that in a minute because we want to have our part in between go under. And then we'll rock this back. I love a whole bunch of under and over trains. This is cool. I don't think I've ever got this elaborate with trains, everybody. I have done a good amount of trains, but this is pretty elaborate here. Again, it keeps our trains from... let's go ahead and do our straight segment first, so we can get our thing established here. It's going to be too sharp. Oh, needs to go back even further. Interesting. All right, cool. We're going to rework all of this. Actually, I think we can do this even better. Let's take this out. Let's do our short segment here. Again, we have our... Oh, nope, back even further. Short, straight segment there. Then we have our 2, and then our 1 in the corner, our 2 here, and then our kind of perfect arc here. Again, just a short little segment will do it. And then we can have our perfect arc there. We can have our downward slope here, which is a little too far. Back that up a little bit more. And we can just take it this way and run it up here. There's a nice segment there. And then on this side, it's going to be the same thing. Take this out. Reg this segment up until it matches. Like that. Take these foundations out. From this segment into there. Put this segment over there. There'll only be one train coming this way, so it'll cut one way or another. As long as it can get in and out of there, like that, it'll be fine. And I'm just doing the walls and stuff, so it looks like it's actually holding. I don't have to do the walls, but kind of cool because it looks like it's actually holding this part down below up with space magic. Space metal. And a little bit further back. Okay, so now we have our return in the other direction. So we have this one here. So if there's anybody on this track, it'll just keep going. And this doesn't matter because this is going to go that way. It's also going to come and go this other way, this way, like this. Okay. Now we're looking sexy. This thing seems to be going the wrong direction. Let's go ahead and just take this whole segment out again. Put that segment in. Take this out. Have that. Back there. I'm not a big fan of how that looks. Because this track is blocking that lower track. It'll still work, I just don't like the way it looks. And if I don't like the way it looks, I'm going to go back here and cut it a little earlier with our block signal. And make this nicer. Yeah, that looks, see, it just looks nicer. It would, again, it would function the same way, but you want to also think about the aesthetics of what you're doing. I'm going to go ahead and actually take it from this direction. This. Something even nicer like that. This is all about aesthetics, everybody. That's all aesthetics, what I'm doing right there. I'm just trying to make it look where it comes out, and then it goes into an arc. I'm showing you all my best stuff. Look at that, everybody. Look how beautiful that off track is, and then it goes into a beautiful arc into there, the underrun. Very cool. Now we want to know if it works. That's the important part. Obviously, our trains are running, so we know that's working. We know our other trains are working quite well. Let's go ahead and put a train on the track. And let's go try this. Oop, this way. Get this going the correct direction. And we'll get into this one. And let's see if we can go under. Again, always test it yourself first. Okay. That did not switch. Yeah, gotta wait for it to stop. Even though the arrow pointed to the right, it did not go right. Oh, again. What is going on with this track? Something tricky going on there. I'll get it figured out. Don't tell me. Okay, lets me go down there. Yeah, interesting. You can't go up those things just from straight power. You have to build up momentum. Yeah, you have to build up momentum to get up the hill. Otherwise, it doesn't want to go. Now I'm just going to ghost ride it and watch it go down the spiral. It'll auto try to brake, by the way. Okay, and while it's moving, it won't let me take it out. All right, let's see how fast it's going to go on the way down. I got to come to a complete stop, and then I can build up speed. Yeah, a little over 120. Okay, so it's coming down the thing now. It's going this way. You might want to take a few of these out. Go out by a couple. Go a bunch this way. Yeah, a little too close. By the way, you don't have to put the straight ones in, but I find that works better. Okay, so now this will go back up above. Okay, in theory. Let's go see if it works. Up we go. Now remember, it's going to do this automatically. I don't have to do it. Goes down to the lower one and ends up going the wrong direction. That's not good. But it should figure it out on its own now. Again, these things are saying they go one way, but they're not going that way. Let me toggle the switch and see if it does. Oh yeah, it's working. Oh god, there's a train in the way. Stop. Okay, so that does work. I just forgot to flip the switch. Fill that in. Put in our stop. And this one's coming out, and that one should go in. Right. Okay, let's give it a go and see what happens. Do we have a switch back here? We do not. Sure, we put that there. Otherwise, it's going to ram right in the back of this one. That block signal in. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah. We're going to call this the water train. Edit the timetable. Did we give it a... I think we called it Sydney. All right, then water drop off. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. Signals are making the next stop unreachable. Signaling problem. So we want to go, we want to go to water drop off first, then Sydney. Yeah, there we go. I had it backwards. Oh, and now it went. Okay. Pull the water drop off first. Okay, this is going to unload. Unload. Oh, it was supposed to be 4 cars. I only did 3. Okay, this train should just go straight through here and then cut left. That other train should be going down our spiral right now. Yeah, that works. This other train is waiting for this bigger train to come along and go by. There we go. The other train now going underneath the other 2 trains. Too cool. And then our other train should be working its way down the spiral. Honestly, I don't even see it. Where is it? Is it already at the bottom? Let's go see. I forget what I called this one down here. I should have called it water pickup is what I should have called it. Nope. Oh, this is flipped. It's flipped in the wrong direction. That's why I can't pick it up. I got to switch the direction of this. This one on the back. Because I changed the direction of the flow of the station. So I want it to go this way. Like this. And water pickup. Okay, now the cool thing is I don't have to hunt down wherever that train went. I can just go to my train timetable here, find my water train, edit the timetable, say water pickup, water drop off, go. Oh, I see it moving. I think it's underneath here. Huh. Where is that train? Should have got on it and see where it went. I think it got on the train and went way over that way. Oh, no, it went over here. So it just looped back around. I see. It just looped all the way back around and ended up back at this station. It's okay. I need to put another car on it anyway. Okay, so yeah, we need to tell this to go off of self-driving. We'll get this figured out. Okay. So, water train. I'll have to go to water drop off first. And then water pickup. Go. Oh, and make it self-driving. Now we'll get on the train and see where it goes. Docking, which it doesn't really need to do because there's nothing to drop off. Now, in theory, this should work. We'll see. It's got a signaling problem. Signals are making the next stop unreachable. I think it's in the way that it goes up and down over here. Let's bring this one. Where do you switch there? Oh. Look at that. Oh! Knew that was coming. Kick me. Oh, network error. Try it again. That's why that's acting weird. I might have crashed the server. Let's see.
Oh my God!
Yeah, fun detected. Or it could have just been my client got confused. It's confused about that junction there, where it should be able to cause that junction to either go left or to right. And that's the tricky part that it's not letting us do. Again, back here. And that's why, see, the weird thing was that junction was turned around the wrong way. And I think that's why, because of this kind of weird segments over here. But now we should have the ability to go either way. Oh, our train is gone. That might be a good thing. We see our train down there? Or did our train end up back in the station again? Back in the station again. So yeah, oh, it rolled back. It didn't take my change there. It should be pretty easy to see the difference there. All right, see how it rolled back and it jumped back to where this was? I think it was my client was acting funny there. I had confused it a little too much. Okay, take this out, take this out. Pick up, water pickup, go. So we can get to this next station, but it has a problem getting down to the other station. Might have to be something to do with track direction. Yeah, it has a signal problem. Oh. If I put this in and take this segment out. Good questions. I can signal. Might have to do a double spiral. Because the track might have a certain direction that it doesn't want me to go against that certain direction. Yeah, one for up, one for down. It's kind of weird you can't redirect it back on the same line. Didn't let me switch it. Don't forget to add another car. Yeah, I'll do that eventually, but you don't want to do it right now when the game's crashing, because it'll just be pointless, because it'll just roll you back. What you want to do is fix why the signaling is an issue. It's not letting me run back on the same track in which I originally set up. So it doesn't let me turn it around and run back on the same track. Which is wild because I do it all the time. I go down, I turn around, I come back on the same track. Take this train out. Definitely something to do with the signaling of the tracks. Okay. So we have this one. And we have this one switches this way. So this should be here where you can switch right or left. Maybe it was the block signal. And this one doesn't need a block signal here. Just needs a switch. These are still working great. These know what they're doing. Okay, let's build it again. We're just going to build the locomotive because that we can set up to do. All right, we're just going to tell it to go. We're going to just tell it to go to the pickup station. Block signal. Always something simple. That's exactly what it was. The block signal was, because it's on the same track and I don't have any other block signals, it's blocking itself. That's exactly what just happened. That's why you gotta have multiple block signals so you don't end up blocking your own train. But this is the only one that's really running on these tracks, so it's really later. But we got it to work. It's getting 120 down, so it's getting full speed down. And it's going in. And it's pulling into the station. We can turn it off self-driving. And put some cars in here. No, it is 3. No, it's 4 because he hasn't pulled all the way forward. 4. I don't have any water running in here yet anyway. But let's go ahead and now say go water drop off. Turn on. Well, first it should go to water pickup. Actually, I'm just going to let it run and put some water in while I'm at it. Let's put in some water. We don't need a ton, just a bit to get it started. And we'll get serious about our water here in a minute, but for now we're going to get rid of that, get rid of this, put in our water. The fact that it started up and moved, that means it's doing something. And then we'll go ahead and say we want it to go into that one. Oh wait, even better idea. We'll have it go Now, see, the trick is does it come back? That's what we want to see. Does the train go all the way up the spiral and then come back at the end? So while we're building this, that'll give us some time to hypothesize whether it's going to come back or not. See, what I like to do is I like to pre-do my pipes like this. Now, of course, if they had that feature where we could do 90s, that would be great. But I like to pre-do the pipes like this because it's so much easier. And then you can find the center of the pipe, which is right here. This little beam, this little pump thing is going to be right there in the center. And then this is the exact center of where that's going to be, so it's going to evenly distribute that among that other stuff in theory. And I like to throw my power underneath like this. And we just throw it up to the train station. Train station is getting power from up above. This should start that up. And then you can just go in and hold down control and snap it to all of those. And then run your pipes. That should run some water in there. All right, now let's see if our train comes back. Now, by the way, it'll warn you if your train's not coming back. It'll do that exclamation point like you saw. One of my signals was blocking. It was blocking itself when it was trying to get off of there. So I had to redo my signal. All we got to do is see that train coming down. Now, again, you should be able to run on the same tracks because quite often I'll go that way. I'll turn around, have it go back on the same track in the same direction if it's only one train. So I know that does work. There's only one train going on this particular segment, so it's not like it's going to be blocked. Though we could put in some block signals just so it knows that there's nothing blocking it. Way down here. I like to do block signals into and out of a station because then it creates a completely different segment for that particular spot. Some people like to put it right up against the station. I'm not a big fan of that, but if that's your jam, go ahead. All right, train, are you going to come back, or I got to come up and check you out? Let's go see. Kind of feel like it would have came back by now. This one stopped. Oh, this one got stopped by this one. Why is this one stopped? That one's coming through. So that one got stopped by something. Probably because I was fooling around with it. Again, that one should drop off uranium, which it's not doing right now because I haven't turned my uranium on yet. But it should drop off, sit there for a little bit, thinking it's dropping it off, and then it should start up on its own again and loop and go the other way, which is then going to free this train. You see this train stop back here because this one's coming out of that corner. And that's to prevent this one from crashing into this one. But eventually they'll spread out, by the way. There's something going on with this block signal, because that block signal says that it's blocked when it's not blocked. I think that's the problem. Because these block signals are kind of messed up. You know, like this one's messed up too. What's going on, block signals? What's going on, my brothers? Yeah, block signals into this corner is not good. Something going on with that. Okay, that's good. Back here. That's not good. Okay, so something going into this corner here. Let's fix this. Heck, we'll take this whole segment out. All right, so this goes into there. And then this is coming around and ending up in there. Oh, there it goes. So these want to go into here until probably there. Oh, that's blocked again. Huh. This one, it says it's blocked. These block signals are being funky. Oh, because I don't have one that's telling that the rest of that segment is unblocked. Okay, so I need one right there. Yes, and that released that one. I think I want it to be back here also. This is the one that's messed up. All right, block signals are a little funky. But I think we're fixing them. Yes, okay. There we go. And then back here. Yeah, our block signals got a little messed up there. That's what is causing the trains not to function properly. So yeah, that should do that. Actually, I probably don't need this one. Oh, no, I do need that one. I need that one so that it frees up this one. Yep. This one needs one over here to let it know that there's one in the station. Yes. Okay. And that should let this one know back here. What the? I don't think I put any block signals over here. I sure didn't. Going in. Coming out. Green. Green. Okay. Now this one, this block signal over here should show that this part is green. Because what those block signals are doing is just that segment of the track. It's saying that segment of the track is good. So again, we want to see our train go down, pick up that resources and bring them back. And so this one is stopped here, but we don't want it to end up there. We want this to make sure that this one stops before it runs into that other one. And see, it says that's full right now. That's good. But it says there's a train up ahead. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why that's not... See, this one should be moving up ahead. Okay, there it is. Yeah, see, that block signal's throwing it off. So that one should move ahead because the other one's empty. So it's these two block signals here that are throwing it off. And this, did this unload? I don't know. Let's ride the train and find out. One of my favorite parts, everybody, is you get in there and you ride the train. Oh, Why can we not ride the train? Because we got a signal that's blocking us. Here. So this signal says that it's blocked. So we take that signal out. And this one says it's blocked. Okay, that one should be able to move forward right now. There is something super funky going on right there. Let's put another block signal here. That says can't go that way. It says it can't come back. This one's can't go that way, can't come back. Take those out. Again, this one should be able to move up. There's nothing on this part of the track. Okay, that train's moving to here, because this one now says that this is green. No. Take this one out. That's going to cause a collision, I have a feeling. Our spiral has confused the heck out of it. But I want to see if it actually picks up the water, too. We're confusing the heck out of it. Now, another thing that we can do, everybody, is we can just make that train off on another train thing. If it gets too complex, we can just put it on its own track. Okay. It's on it. Kind of weird the sound went away, but yeah, look at this one here. It's just going to go and stop right there. All right, let's take that off. Again, you should be able to go back and forth on the same track. Obviously, I'm doing it right now. It works. You just got to figure out the logistics. Now, because I have it merged with another station, that's where the complexity is coming in. I actually have a bunch of stations. It's like four different trains running at the same time. Oh, this is only going about 60 up this spiral. Yeah, interested to put 2 engines on it, see if it goes faster. We'll try that later. This train is still sitting here. Now that train signal is messed up. Yeah, we should put this on a different track. I could fool with it all day long, but I already know how to do it. We'll just take this train completely off. We'll take this side track off. And that sidetrack's the thing that's causing that funkiness. Yeah, see, this whole part here, even though I've tried to split it up into different things, it's causing it to go and confuse the rest of this. So, we're going to go ahead and revamp how we have this. Say right to there. Because those trains are working perfectly. No reason to mess with a good thing. All right. So yeah, it's the fact that I'm coming in and going back on the same track that's confusing it. And that's okay, because I know another way of doing this that we're going to do right now. We're going to go ahead and bring out a track right here. Eliminate this side track. We'll just have it come up this track and go back on that track. Easy, easy. And we'll go ahead and get our train station down. See if we can get 4 of these in here before we hit this building. Yeah, it's going to be close. Let's see. Fluid thing. 1, 2. Nope, too close. Too close. Out you go. Snap some more foundations in. Okay. Now, train station. Gonna leave ourselves a bit of a gap. Just put it in the center like I like to do. There we go. And we're gonna use fluids. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Bring this into here. And this is going to be water drop-off over there. Let's make sure we set all of these to unload. One of the main things I always forget is to set this to unload, like so. Then we want it to loop back in this direction. We're gonna have to just barely get that loop. Nice. And then we'll need to run power down. Let's do that while we're thinking about it. Because it's not connected to these other tracks, so we want to run this across and cross-connect these train stations. One to the other. Over there. Okay. Now we still do want to put a block signal here. And that's to prevent when this comes around and turns around. If it's turning around here and this one keeps coming, boom, it'll crash right into it. So you need a block signal there. It's really easy when they're all going the same direction and you have basically a double lane of it going. But when you have it circling back onto the same train track, that's when all of these block signals get confused, because the train is going this way on the track and then it starts going on the other way, and I was confusing the block signals. And that's okay. We figured it out. No problem. We got it going on. Now what we want to do is, speaking of block signals, is we want to put a block signal, let's say right there, so that we can cut that line and we can run this over this way. Kind of feel like maybe, see if we use a small segment here. Not far enough. Actually, let's put it out just a little bit further. Oop. I could figure out the math, but I'm not going to. Okay. Let's just do a half and a half. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Okay. Let's see, this signal is confused. This block signal here, still confused. Actually, it didn't even need a block signal because it's the only train on the track. Okay. So now we have to tell that train to come back up here. Train. Nope, timetable. Oh, I took the train out. D. Der. This should go that way. All right, let's see if we've confused it less now. Do you use steam signs? I don't know what that means. What you talking about, Willis? Water train. All right, we'll get this figured out. All right, water pickup, water drop off. Go. Oh, okay. Decided to go left that time. Very odd, because this station is facing in this direction. If we wanted to go the other way, which we do. Yeah, it should have went to the right, but it's going to the other station first. So on its way back, it may end up coming to this station. So we'll see. Again, I've done that loop many times before because it's only a single train and it's only going along the same track. It's not like you're going to run into another train. There's no reason to run multiple tracks if that's the case. It's cool watching it go down the spiral, though. All right. We'll see if it at least goes properly on this side of the trade. Got a block signal that's messed up. Take the block signal out. Sometimes you gotta troubleshoot. Man, it's been a while since I did these spirals. So this is a bonus stream. Why not Tuesday? I never heard of Thursday, and I never heard of steam signs. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are crazy in the chat. I never heard of Thursday. You might be saying Tuesday. Well, what happened to Tuesday is I had IRL things to do. Again, had IRL stuff to do last night, today, and then tonight I've got stuff to do. So I took care of a bunch of stuff today, doing a bonus stream right now. Again, my schedule is not any way or form of permanent. It is more of a guideline than a hard, fast rule, which I've probably said 1,000 times on the stream. So if you see me streaming, that's because I feel like it. And I can stream anytime I want. I did do a little bit of Throne and Liberty earlier, and I thought I had an extra hour. I was going to play for like an hour or two. But sadly, I misjudged it, and it was like 15 minutes I had. So I stopped the whole entire stream, started the whole stream back up again, and we decided to do a little Satisfactory here and work on our spirals. So we're basically making this so it can just spiral its way up, just for fun, everybody. I would normally just run the pipes, because you can see that I already would have had the pipes done. But it is cool looking, and if you're trying to do special cool stuff in your stream, like I am, then this is fun to do spirals. And we'll see how it goes. Let's see if it pulls into the station and drops off. If it does, then this thing is GG's. And again, it just completely avoids my other tracks now. And still delivers it where I wanted it to deliver it anyway. Alright, let's see. Is it going to go right or is it going to go left? Oh! And that is a winning combination right there, everybody. Pulled in the train station the correct way. Let's see if it goes ahead and unloads that water. Again, always can adapt to what's going on there. It's probably the most train stations I ever bothered to put connected to each other. Why? Because it's been in early access for a really long time, everybody. Some people, they'll play a game to the umph degree in early access. I never do. What I like to do is come out and play to the umph degree when it releases, and not when it's in early access, because you know a whole bunch of things are going to change over time. And plus, it gives me something to do. Come back to one of my favorite games of all time, like Satisfactory, and get to do that. And if it moves, that's it. That's done. We don't have to do anything else. It's good. So again, you can just adapt to what it is, but we got our spiral in. We got all that stuff in. This is just going to go back and forth and get us some liquid. Now, the other thing that we need to do is potentially put another train on this to get it going. Now, it goes down actually a little faster than it comes up. See, it's going 25, 26, 27. So it is regaining some of that speed lost on the way up, on the way down. Yeah, it's hitting almost 130, which is awesome. Yeah, 130 coming out the gate. All right, we'll let the train do its thing, and now we need a tremendous amount of water. Now, this is obviously not how I'm going to do the water, so we're going to go ahead and take all of this out. And we don't want the water to impede the ability for the train to come and go. So I probably should have flipped these the other way so I could extract the water from the other side without it being in the way of what we're doing here, but that's okay. We're just going to go in, take out all these pipes for now, and we're going to add a serious amount of water. Get all these junctions out. Get this, get that. Get this out of here. Oh, we missed that. Okay. Now, what we want to do is we want to go in and basically put some buffers in here. I always suggest buffers going in, buffers going out. In a lot of your stuff, so it can backlog. So when it stops having the ability to input it in there because the train is there, it still has the ability to throw it in the fluid buffer. So I'm actually going to put a fluid buffer on each of these, just like this. Try to keep them lined up nicely. There we go. And to make my life a little easier, I'm going to go ahead and connect all of these together like so. Let's see, I got to go to my pipes. There we go. And we'll just go ahead. Now, not only is it a fluid buffer, but it's also, I feel, a fluid balancer. So I use it mostly for fluid balancing and not just buffing. Now, what we really want to do is we want to have a tremendous amount of water going into each of these. as well. Now, you can only do 600 per line. So connecting these together doesn't make it necessarily easier. It rose up there. It tripped me up. I didn't even see it. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Try that again. And sometimes that's going to happen, everybody. Don't make it into a big deal. Just fix it and go on with your life. No biggie. And then we run that together. Run that together. Run this here, run that there. All right, much better. Okay. Now we got our fluid buffers. We want to make sure that we have entrances of all of these. That is not aligned. Even though I held down control, it decided not to line that one up for me. Try this again. I always go double check them. That one's good. This one's good. All those are good. Okay, so now its goal is to basically fill all these up so that it is collecting water at a much higher rate. Now, I actually don't need this much water. What I'm going to do is backlog, because why not? That's one of the things. Now, the amount of water that I need, I actually have it already figured out here. Right now, I'm going to need a total of 480 water. But because if I balance it between all of these, it will actually extract faster than if I just did one, right? And that's something we learned in this particular playthrough. Water is especially difficult because water is one of those things that's really obnoxious in the way that it works, because it has a lot of things that can happen while you're working with it. Including things called hammering. You also can have, if your pipes are not full, it doesn't flow right. All sorts of issues. And, of course, vertical and horizontal issues as well. I'm going to show you a little trick here. Yeah, let's go ahead and put this in over here. I feel like just putting this off to the side. I feel like I'm using most of my room for my train station here. Yes, I'm using all my water room for my train station. Why am I doing that? I think I did it just so I could see if the train was running in the water. Yes. All this has got to go. I forgot. That's why I did that. I wanted to see if the train can go in the water, and the answer is yes. It can go in the water. But this is taking up all of my surface area of my water extraction. If it's taking up my water extraction area, then it's gonna go. And we're just gonna take out all these foundations and whatnot. I'd rather have it extracting the water. Now we can fix the station and all that stuff. That's easy. We'll just put it up higher and bring the water up to it, which is way easier than using up all the surface area of our water we could be extracting right now. And so we'll put it up here at this surface area, and we'll kind of line it up to what we've already got right there. Oh, actually it's down. It's down a bit. We're going to line it up to the level of our... Oh, actually, it's up one. Here's where it's at. Which doesn't line up over there. Interesting. Should that not line up across? This one. Oh, it does. Okay. No, I was right. It was that one. That's the bottom one there. Okay, and then we'll take all this out. And we did what we got to do with all of this. Oh, I got to clear the blueprint. D. Okay, we'll get this going. Okay, anything else? Nope. Okay, I'm going to take that power out as well. And now we're just going to put it at the angle that we want here. See, I don't like to take up the space of my... Oh, I don't like to take the space up of my water surface, right? So I have this large amount of water surface here, and I just built a train foundations right over the top of it, which is not good because I could very easily not do that. But it is cool to run the train all the way down there and to see if it does run through the water, and it does. And actually, you can make it go down in the water too if you want to, which we did last time. And I was just fooling around with that, and I just realized that. Wait a minute, I didn't intend to actually keep it down there. That was all for testing purposes. Okay, awesome, much better. Much mo better. Now we have that whole surface there that we can extract as much water as we want to extract. Okay, then we can go in here, widen this out just a bit. Maybe a little bit more. Oh wait, why are we doing that? We don't need to do that. Let's do this proper. Let's have our center line. We are doing this entirely improper. There we go. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Yes. Okay. This is what we should be doing. Boom. Using our blueprints. Boom. And then we can snap our blueprints together. We can take these out now. And we can just use the sweet 25 by 25 blueprints. Right there. Did all your stuff at 3 a.m.? Yeah, we had a little bit of time. We got in there. We did a little bit. But again, I miscalculated. I thought it was 1 hour later, but it's okay. No big deal. We switched over some Satisfactory. I want to work on this spiral anyway, so it's all good in the end. Okay, and again, we'll say right there. And again, I don't like to do the spiral first. I have had too many little wavy things happen with spirals, so I just want to just change that around like that. And now you can see that we have an area that we can just lead into the spiral. Now it's going to come down the spiral, and so now we can kind of fix this bottom part as well and not have it all kind of like we had it before. We can make this super sweet. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to rebuild our station here. And we'll say right here, we're going to go in this direction because it's going to come down, go into this direction, and end up going back the other direction. Hit H on that. That looks pretty centered. And we need to decide which side we're going to have the water come up from. Doesn't really matter, but I'm going to have it come up from the left side. That's just me, because I'm going to have the train go around to the right side and end up back on this track. So we'll go in and see if we can get our fluid platforms to be on this side. There we go. And there's 2, and there's 3. Oh, not enough space. No worries. Take this out. Move it forward just a little bit. There we go. And then station back in again. Interesting thing is you can't put these stations down without the first station. But once you put these down, then you can snap other stations to it. I always find that interesting. Those kind of small little things like that. Okay, there it is. Back into here. And then again, we'll bring our pipes in from that side and everything. And had I thought of it up there, in that previous one, or the one down there, or that was down below, I would have fixed that because, again, you don't want your pipes to get in the way of everything else that you're doing. And again, we'll just bring this out until it says that's good. Then we'll click this, make a nice straight segment, and then we'll just connect it in. And then we're going to go straight segment back, and we're going to try to get back in there. I don't like that. What can we do here? Let's go like this, and then we can try to bring this out a bit. Stay to there, and tie it back in the line there. All right, that's looking good. All right, and then we're going to name this its proper name again. Water pickup. Boom. Back to the timetable. Our water train. Let's see. I'm going to take Edit timetable. Take this out. Obviously, you'd want it to start on water pickup and then do water drop-off. So, let's see if the train shows up. And while it's doing that, I'm going to go down here and do some work. Get ourselves a ton of water going on. I'm going to find the center of this, which is about right here. And use that for me to run this down back into this water. And then, see, what I'm going to do is run the pipes along this backside. Oh, actually, I should go out a little bit first before I do that. Because we also want to put our buffers in there. And again, just make it real nice. Buffers. Okay. And let's give it a little bit of space. Something like that. Get these to line up. Looks good. Looks good. All right. Oh, there's our train. So we know it is working. That's good. Okay. Now, again, we're going to need our walls here. Take our walls and run them down. And then this is a good spot for foundations. Right down here. Lost it. Again, we're going to put it a bit in the water. Give us a little bit of an easier start. Take that out. Okay, another thing that we can do is find where our power is, which is usually on this side. Run our power down to a little thing here, so it's hidden underneath here. And then we'll also dash down in here and just run this underneath. Like so. And that over there. Now also we've got some baddies down below here who want to get rowdy. But I'm busy. I'm busy extracting some water. Okay, let's see if we can go ahead and double up this line here. Just to make it a little easier. So now what I'm going to do is use this as kind of the center of that one. This one's not quite centered, but we'll do that. We'll do this. And we'll do this as the center. Now, that kind of tells me that the middle of the area is right about here. So what I'm going to do is just put a junction down. And I'm going to show you something magical right now. What you do is you go in and you use your water extractor. And if you turn your water extractor around the right way and you hold down control, it snaps to that particular thing. And I like to move it up nice and close up on the edge like this. And now that is perfectly aligned to that. So I aligned it actually to the foundation. And once I have it aligned to that foundation, it's all about it now. I can just go ahead and just snap a bunch of those in there using that first one basically as a guide. There we go. Now each of these are 120. So I can make as many as I want. You can see I've got plenty of area there. One of the things that I like to do is do a mirror image of the extractors. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and do something like this. Now I'm going to show you a little problem with this though, if you do try to mirror it across from each other. You can see that it's lined up to the other one. Is that having that line up so closely is going to be pretty tricky. Because when you run your line, having the line be really nice. Again, we're going to run that line right down this center. Go ahead and put it in the middle there. We'll get this one over here. Something along that line. Again, I like to run the lines first because then it's easier to do the split. Now, this particular one on the right is closer than the one on the left. And you can see it just by looking down at the foundation that this one's on the edge of the foundation. This one's too far up. So I'm going to go ahead and snap this in first before I put the other ones in. Otherwise, it's going to be super awkward. So we're going to go ahead and put all these in. Right there. Then we're going to try to do the same offset as we did. Again, holding down control. Get about the same offset by just looking down like this without getting shot, hopefully, by whatever it is behind me. And we can just have it wherever it's kind of blue there. We can go like this. Oh, we're going to turn in our auto 2D. There we go. Like this. Now, the advantage of this is actually going down. So, when it's going down, you have a positive flow, meaning that it's actually pulling the water in that downward direction. And that is awesome. And that's why I set my foundation ever so slightly below the water level. So it makes that job a bit easier. So we're going to go ahead and run all these pipes down. Like so. Now, we got to do some math here, though. Because what we want this to do is equal basically 600. So if you take 120 and you times it times 5, what a magical number that comes out to be, 600 exactly on the dot. Now, I actually would not run 600 into a single one. And the reason why is because it typically will either not input 600 or not output that 600 fast enough. I would run it into a buffer first so it can backlog a bit of it, especially if you're trying to run it at a higher level than what you're putting in. So you definitely have about 5 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is our 5th one right here if we add another one right there. And we'll go ahead and put that in there. So now we have a set of 5. Right? And then over here, we can go ahead and extend this on. And we'll go ahead and do a second set of 5. Just like that. Again, you can see how much easier this is getting all of a sudden. And again, we'll move it up until it turns blue. And then a little yellow, and then back to blue. Like so. And then this one down in there, and then we can snap this one next to that one. Bring this down. Actually, we'll take out this tiny little smog segment first. Bring that down. Do not go up. What's up with my thing going up today? Not trying to make it go up. Just trying to click it. Go there and stay. There we go. And then here and there. And right there. Taking my foundations out here. Okay, so now what we want to do is basically cut the 2 sides. Because we want to have these 2 sides separate. So 600 there, 600 here. Then we're going to need a bunch of power. So we're going to go ahead and just pick one here. Put that right there. This one up to here. This one is number 3. And then we'll take this one. And we'll put it over here. We'll connect these together. This one right here is already done. Those 3. This is number 4. This is number 5. Over there. Up here, same thing. Connect that back a bit. This is 2. This is 3. We're going to go ahead and cross connect that. Where's our other one we ran underneath right here? We're going to have to go ahead and disconnect this one because we want to connect this to our cross power. Very nice. Okay, and then this one. Let's bring this one forward, say to here. And then we can go ahead and cross connect these other ones. It's already connected. And we get these all spinning up. Okay, all looking good. Okay. Now, what we want to do is we want to get both of these to run up to here. Another thing you can do, by the way, is you can actually just run stuff vertically. Like this. We're going to try to line that up a bit, just like something like that. We'll say there. And then this one, I'm just going to run down. Turn that on auto. There we go. Turn that one down. Looks about right. Okay. And we'll just say there. This one to this one. This one to that one. This one's going to come out. Actually, we'll go down, be even easier. And align that how we want it to align. This one here. And oops, this one. This one. Okay, so now we have that water running up and it's going in to our stuff here. Now, because we have some of that positive flow downwards, it's going to flow along that line just fine. But I'm a big fan of always having a pump in there. When in doubt, put a pump, or even if you're not in doubt, put a pump anyway. Because you know what? It's not going to hurt you in the long run if it does work. Because it doesn't use all that much resources. What are you doing down there? Triggering my thing. Okay, and I can take the end part out here. This and this. All I need is the pump over here. And let's check the pump's head lift, 32.6. Perfect. And then because this is a whole nother segment, I'm going to put another pump over on this side. Again, I just put the thing on there and then put the pump where I want it to go. Remember, the pump is always pushing water and not pulling it. So keep that in mind. And so we'll probably have to readjust how we have this power here. Let's take this one off of here. Run this one up to there and then run this one across. There we go. Now that pump is going to start pumping. Hopefully it's going in the correct direction. 32.3. Very nice. Okay. Now what we want to see is we want to see some water going up here. Looks good, looks good, looks good, and good. All right, that's a GG. That's an all done, everybody. That's 1,200 water, and I need 480. Now you might notice that I'm running 300 in one and 300 in the other, 300 in one and 300 in the other. And the reason why I'm doing that is because what it will do is be able to extract that water faster than if I just ran the 600 into a single one as well. So again, having the speed of it being able to extract it faster is awesome. Now another thing that you can do is you can try to do double inputs, which we've also tried in this particular playthrough. But we're just going to go ahead and do kind of an output split here. We go ahead and we do this, and we do this. Now, I find that I shouldn't have to do this, but you want to really kind of speed it up where it's kind of running through both of those. That's a good kind of workaround because it doesn't, work well. It definitely needs some, this whole thing needs some work. Okay, so that's going to fill that up. It's filling it up with a ton of water in there now. And again, that's going to be basically way more water than I'm actually going to need. But that's good because we need a little water for a little bit of other stuff too. So again, that's like 1,200 water being produced. Now, I highly also recommend putting a pump up here if you're having issues. Now, I don't need it because mine's more than enough because this is a Mark II pump. And that Mark II pump should be enough to push that all the way up just those few levels. Obviously it is because that's filling up. So there you go. Okay, let's see if our train's coming back. Where is our train? Can we see it on the spiral? I don't see it. It did come back at some point. Oh, I think I see it. Here it comes. Oh, I can take all these out now too. G. Of course, I could build something really cool in the center if I wanted to. While that's going down there and picking up water, I'm going to take all this out. Again, you could build like, supports and build something real fancy in there. Again, I don't build stuff I don't need, everybody. I can always come back and make it embellished later. But making it first is always a higher priority for me. Is just going, oh, I almost died too. I fell. I let my character fall. All right, look at all this water getting loaded. Let's go. Get this water loaded up. I can put a bunch of funny signs as you're going up the spiral. Look out for deer. Turn left. Turn back. A bunch of funny sayings on your way up as well. All right, here we go. Water pickup, good. And again, it shows you that you can run a train back along the same line. You can loop it back. It kind of messes up other trains when you do that because it doesn't know if the train is coming or going, or if the train track is messed up or not. Oh, it's down to 37. Oh, this water's heavy. Wonder if I could get another train in there. Yeah, it's struggling. It is struggling. See if it goes a little faster with 2 trains. Now again, when you get 4 trains, everybody, that's the time to add a second train. Or what is it? Cargo. 4 cargo is when you want to, oh, look, it's making a huge difference in it now. Now again, it takes into account the weight of all of that stuff that you're doing. And so a second train is awesome. Now I usually put the second train in the back. And the reason why is because if I put it in the front, it's going to throw off my whole entire stations. Plus you got one that's pulling it and one that's pushing it as well. This way you don't have to redo all of your stations because you had to add another train thing. Though it's not that hard, you can just add a blank spot in between the front and the second one to accommodate that. But most of the time it'll just sit outside and then help it do its thing. So let's see if it fills this up with water. Oh, I actually want this track to circle back on the other side. Oh, it just dawned on me. Let's do that. Psych. Took it out before the train could get started. I want this actually to circle back here. Am I going to have enough room to circle back? Ooh. There's other train stations and other things in the way. I should have moved the train station over. All right, we're going to have to move this train station over so I can circle it the other way. Why do I want to circle it the other way? Because all of my nuclear stuff's going to be on this side. All my silver's on the side. Didn't think of it till just that second. But that's okay. We can get our water going back that way. Now, the biggest bummer about doing this, everybody, is all this water is going to go bye-bye right now. But it doesn't matter. You got an infinite amount in the game. So here's what we want to do. We want to kind of pre-think this out this time. So let's go ahead and do it the opposite way. Where we go ahead and... Oops, actually I'm going to need that for power. We'll come back with that in a minute. Let's go ahead and redo all of our tracks here. Make this nicer anyway. Where we have the return coming straight back like this. Do a nice straightaway. Make sure we're giving ourselves enough room. A lot of room. Let's say the same thing here. Then we're going to cut off the edge of this here like this. And it just so happens that under our trains here, and again, if you're one of my Patreon supporters, you get all of these blueprints as part of your Patreon support. I appreciate it. Right here, and then we have our, where is it at? Road with power. Huh, where did our thing go? Did it pop back over here? Oh, a turnaround. Duh, it's right there in front of my face. So I've already made a turnaround that basically allows me to just go ahead and pop that baby in there right that. And now we have the ability for it to come in, turn around, go the other way. So all we have to do is to take our train station. Now I like to offset it by 2. That's just my preference. You don't have to, but I do. Because I like to offset it. And sometimes I like to also line it up off the center of the grid like that. That still gives me a little bit of room on that right side. But kind of feel like maybe we should... Oh, it didn't go into hologram mode. Hologram. There we go. Feel like we should just line that up just to make it easier overall for our connection. There we go. And then, again, there's where our train's going to be. So it's going to come in this way and then loop that right to the right and then go back out. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and get our fluid thing. Don't we have our fluid thing down here? No, we have it on freight right now. Could have turned it on fluid this whole time and then we have to keep looking at it in there. Okay, yes. And then we're going to have our water going out that way. Like so. Okay. Very nice. And then, again, the quick and easy way to do this when you're trying to connect this over here is just to put down a block signal. Doesn't really matter which side you put it on. But you can now go in and use that spot to run that in. Hey, look how much cleaner that is, everybody. It looks much nicer. A lot of times I'll design stuff so that I get a general idea of the spacing and what I want. And I'll take it out, re-put it back in, take it out, re-put it back in as many times as it takes. Water drop off. How are we doing on time today? Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. And there we go. Look at our power. No power. Oh, so sad. So sad. But it just so happens that we left our little power connector here and we all good. Okay, now we go in, tell our little water train to go do its thing, water pickup, and then edit the timetable, water drop off. There we go, save those changes, off it goes, doing its thing. We got to tell this once again to unload. And now we've freed up this other side, so it's not going to be in the way when we go ahead and use this water for our sulfur and for our nuclear power. All right, we had a lot of train fun today. A lot of train fun, getting it going on. So again, it should come back, automatically know to flip to the left, end up in the station, make a little U-turn, head right back again, and just keep doing that loop. Now, if we had multiple trains on there, then we would want to worry about it, but I don't want to put too many trains because the more trains you have, the more that it stops the output when it's running it up here. Now, another thing I want to do is just start it backlogging. Backlogging the water, getting the water up here, bringing all that water up here over and over again. So we're going to go over here and we're going to add back in some sweet foundations. Oop, that's here's a little far that way. Yeah, these ones are all like this. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to take out this little edge here that we did. Like that, so we can put in our, snap in our blueprints nicely. And then over here, very nice, so quick and easy. So again, we want to go ahead and do our output right over here, and then we'll just do the exact opposite that we did on the other side over here. Okay. It's coming out on there. This one coming down this time. Run in. In. And use those double outputs if you can. Oh, I see a train. I see a train coming in. Put this stuff backlog. Double outputs. There we go. Try to maximize that output. And now it's going to start to backlog that water into here. Now, one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to stack my water, because I'm a big fan of having lots of extra water and fluids. So it's going to come out of here, go into there, out of there, so on and so forth. You get the idea. And then here in the back, up to the top. So I'm going to push it up to the top, very much like they do with a water tower. With the water tower, why they have electricity, they use the pump to pump it up to the top of a water tower. Then, if you happen to lose electricity, well, guess what? You've already got the water up there, so you can go ahead, and of course you have a valve that closes. If you lose power, it'll close the valve so the water doesn't just go back down. And you can go ahead and then use gravity to run the water down. This is why you see water towers on the top of buildings. Because the water tower on the top of the building, they pump the water up there. If they lose power, they still got water that can go to the building even if the power is off. That's what water towers are all about, everybody. It's pretty cool, I think. Hey, what's up, Jago? So we're going to use that same principle. We're going to go ahead and pump that water up the thing and basically try to get it to get all of that going. So we're going to go ahead and get our pump going here. And we're going to just take all of these out. We're going to run them pumps right to there. Connect them all together nicely. And just hide all that electrical. You don't have to see it, just like they do in your home and in your street. All that electrical typically hidden, especially where I come from in California. All that stuff is hidden, usually underground. Underground power, underground water, and all that stuff. It's all hidden out of sight, and that's why they have manhole covers in case they have to go down there and check it out. By the way, those manhole covers are not usually like the size of a car. The manholes down in there, I've been in those, everybody. They're usually about the size of a pipe. So you go down in there, because, you know, I'm a crazy kid. I got a crowbar, and I open up that manhole. Of course, I could have probably got really in trouble by the city by doing that. But I've seen in manholes. Sometimes they're really much bigger. Sometimes they're smaller. Depends on what size pipe it is that they're running. Because they have very large pipes in central roads. And then they have smaller pipes that come off of your house. Or they might be in a sub-block as a smaller pipe. And then they all go and feed into larger and larger pipes until you get to your main pipeline. So if you've ever wondered how water works, now you know. There you go. Kismet telling you all sorts of stuff, both in-game and in IRL. All right, how we looking here? What we doing here? Is this not going to go? What we need to do? It just paused. Station unreachable. Uh-oh, we got issues. We got issues over here. Is my track too close and it thinks that thing is blocking? I don't know. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to rerun this track. Sometimes it's just a game issue, everybody. The game is confused. So sometimes I just rerun it. See if that helps it. Also, when these are really close like this, sometimes those block signals throw off the thing. So I kind of feel like I'm going to bring this out. Give it a little bit of room. Say right to here. Just to kind of get it around that block signal. I don't want too close to that block signal. Okay, my water train still saying it can't reach something. Water train's been tough today. Cutting into all my time. Water pickup. Next stop is unreachable. I seriously doubt that. Let's take this one out. Oh, I'm on the track. That'd be a good reason to bring that track back anyway. We'll take this out. Oh, I can't take it out because of the thing. Can't put it in there because the train's there. Alright, hold on. I gotta take this out. So I can take that out so I can redirect this one. Yikes. Nope. Too close. I mean, it'll still work. I just won't like it. God, I wish they'd let you go back to rotating this with control, with the rotate key. What they were thinking on that one, but whatever. Make it work. Yikes. It's crooked. Why is this crooked? I don't want no crooked stuff. Nice and straight stuff. Back, let's make this all one segment. One long segment. I hate it when it does that. Alright, when I go to click. Alright, come on, you should be able to get there now. Why is it unreachable? The segment issue? Alright, it's going to be one of those days of troubleshooting. Oh. Right there. Something weird going on. Oh, that little segment got screwed up. Ah, it wasn't me. That was that little segment there. Make it as all one segment. I bet you it works now. Yep, so that little segment was bad. I tried to troubleshoot that segment. Alright, well, kind of cleaned it up a little nicer anyway and got that away from that thing anyway. Alright, we're going to have to back this up though. We're going to have to back that up. Where's this other thing right here? So let's say there. And we'll go get that away from that. And then this into there. Okay. That might just make it work. Make sure I put both sides on this train. Again, you got a lot of little troubleshooting stuff like that, everybody. Like, that little segment was messed up, so I'd take that segment out and made one long segment out of it. That little segment got messed up. Either it was, like, too far or wasn't quite connecting to that other one, or all the stuff that I did had caused it to get messed up. But again, this is one of the simplest builds that you can do, where you can make it go one way, turn around, go back the other way, and then keep doing that loop. So, again, sometimes it's going to be funky chicken, basically. Funky chicken. up in here. Let's see how this water's doing. Is it getting to the top? Not quite, not quite. We got to get it up there. How are we doing over here? We don't have that much water. All right. We need a lot more water to get in here. Oh, yeah, it's pumping into the second one. All right, now we got to get it to the third one. Now, I find the smarter thing to do is not to trust this thing and just put a pump on each section. That's what I do. I don't believe it is going to actually do what I want it to do. Actually, smarter thing. Hold on. Let's change this the other way. Smarter idea. Usually I do it like this, but I just thought of another way. Because we're using Mark IIs now, I can just go ahead and do it the opposite direction where I make it flow down instead of up. So it's going to come out of here. Should probably just take all these out moving forward. Because in a minute it's going to get a little cramped. Alright, take out all these pipes. Again, I'm using my limiter as well, so it doesn't accidentally take out foundations and all that stuff as well. And you just hit G to switch it to something else. There we go. Alright, let's reevaluate this. How do we want to do this? We want to make this go vertical. Right here. So we're going to go ahead and use some walls, because walls are great for that. So we'll do something like this. And our goal is to get it to go into the top part. Right here. Let's say we'll do something like this. Go into the top. And then down. The one down below. But if we do it like that, oh, this one's not turned right. Like this, there we go. So into the top, down here, and we want to make sure that we do it, we stack enough so that it ends up going out the direction in which we want it to go, which is in this way in this case. So we're just going to do 3 there. In fact, I could probably get away with 2, but 3 makes it easier for me to stack it. Okay. And then again, same thing here. Trying to keep them going all the same direction. The game constantly tries to troll you, by the way, by turning your directions for you when you didn't ask it to. You just want to do it exactly the same as you did it before, but no, it likes to change it. So you gotta watch out. Okay, so now we got that. Now we want to get our pipes to run up this thing right here. Huh? We want them to look nice while doing it. And we're just going to do that. And you're like, hey, Kismet, how'd you make it do that? Well, that's because I had it on vertical and horizontal. I can also make it move closer. If you do it from the other direction, so instead of doing it from that back direction there, which I just naturally did, because I just know how it goes, you can also do it from the other direction, like this way down as opposed to this way up, and it will go go in the other direction. Now, in this case, I've already turned it up, so it's going to go that way no matter what, but if I left it flat, I could tell it which offset I wanted to do. But I wanted to do it this way, because then I'll have plenty of room for my pipes and be able to see if everything is working as well. So again, I'm just using the wall as a temporary kind of curve, like this. Trying to make it look nice, and up to the top. And because we lined it up exactly out of the thing, it should line up perfectly. And I'll come back later on, take out these walls. Let's get it working first. And walls. Okay, pick those up out of the way. Looking good. And so we'll just use one pump to get it to the top. And then let it flow down naturally. In fact, we could probably sneak one in right here. Yes, even better. Even better to get it along the flat edge so it can start pushing it right away. Make sure your directions are good. And then we'll take out all of these underneath here. Oh, all right, anyway. Ugh. I'm a-trying. There we go. And connect. And we won't even be able to see those wires because they'll be underneath, tucked out of the way. I believe I have some other wires over here. So we want to go in here and take this one, connect it here, and then take these other wires, find out where they are. Okay, they're on this row. Yeah. Check out this row. Having one of those days. All right, come on, cursor. Come on, mouse. Work with me here. Okay, now I no longer need these ones. Hit G and run all of those out of there. Zip those right back in. Okie dokie. Now, we should have some water flowing. Up here, up here. Oh, I haven't put in the cross connections yet. So those should flow downward. Again, we gave ourselves some more room here for these extra pipes. Now, it flowing downward is much easier than you trying to flow it up because the in-between segments have a tendency to get messed up. And that sucks. I really don't like it. So better that we flow it down. We push it up with our head lift and then flow it down afterwards. All right, how's our train doing? Has our train come back yet? Come on, train. Train moving. Train got any issues? No? Operational. Okay, we're just waiting for some water. This train is sure as rock solid over here. Got this coming out, and that's going to go into their uranium. Eventually, when we're ready for it, spending too much time fooling around with spirals. I could have had this all done by now. Oh, it stopped. Oh, I forgot to put the other train back on it. Ain't nobody to blame but myself on that one. I'm going to do 2 trains. What if I add 2 trains to it? That's a lot of heavy water to put up a spiral. Now again, it only has a max speed of 120. But again, when you're carrying a lot of heavy stuff, it needed another train to get up the spiral. Again, when you have 4, boom, you should instantly add a second one straight away. And then you add 4 more, add another one, so on. All right, let's watch it in action here. Now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to build up the ability for us to just let it run and build up a ton of water separate from everything else. And again, because I'm on a server, I can let it run 24/7, and it will just constantly fill all of that up with water, which basically primes my ability to start all my other stuff as well. So here we go. Kind of a cool perspective. Hope streams have been fun. Yeah, they're pretty fun there, Smokey. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Sorry, sometimes I get very focused on what I'm talking about. But as you can see, check it out. We are going down a spiral right now. We made a nice train spiral, and this train is cooking. Down the spiral it goes. All right, now I want to see what its speed is going up the spiral. Now, without the cars, it's typically around 85. If we did a shorter spiral, it'd be around 95 without the cars. And the second we added the car, especially since they're water is very heavy, everybody. Just like most people don't know that giant trees, they're extremely heavy. They're thousands and thousands of pounds. Same with a lot of water. If you put a lot of water in a single area, it's thousands and thousands of pounds. Great example is a waterbed, everybody. If you've ever had a waterbed like I have way back in the 70s and 80s, those suckers leave an impression on the ground because that water weighs so much massive tonnage along the way. All right, let's see how much speed we get out of this. Still at 70 now. '70's pretty decent. Nice solid 70 with the thing. Now again, if we didn't have any cars, it would go faster. But it's not dropping to 0 like it did before. It started struggling and started slowing down because it didn't have enough trains or enough engines on the train. And again, we're going up the spiral, which is pretty cool to watch. And that was pretty good. So about 70 there. And again, we have trains that are going up and over and under each other. That's why I like building up higher, because then you can set your trains over the top of each other. And that's a done deal. All right, we can just let that run. That's all good. I'm out. Do your thing. Okay, let's go over here and check this water. Oh, I can see it's full going down already. So we got that water going up there, and then it should work its way down, and then the one at the bottom. Just like if you have water barrels, I have several water barrels, and what I do is I have one up higher than the other one. And what it does, it fills the first water barrel, and then at the bottom of that water barrel, it's connected to the lower one over here, this way, connected to the lower one. So that pipe's going this way, and it fills up the lower one. But you want to make it up enough to where it starts to fill this first one as well. So you just want to balance it so that both of them get filled. Now the one at the bottom doesn't have a water outlet, meaning that there's no way for the water to get out of that barrel except through that pipe. So as it goes through, it'll fill that water barrel all the way up. Then it will go through the pipe the other way, through the pipe back this way to this one, and then it will start to fill that one up until it gets to an outlet pipe that I have at the top of it. And then if it overfills, it'll then just run down the driveway. But again, water barrels are awesome because you can use that that physics of water, because the lowest barrel is the one that the water is going to flow to. It always flows to the lowest point, and then it will fill up from there, then back here, and then fill up this one until it gets all the way to the top of that one as well. And that's how it works here in game. You can see the lowest one has the most water, and then as that one fills and works its way up, in theory, it should work its way up to this one and up to this one until we have all 3 of those full, and then eventually it'll backlog over here as well. Remember, this is also basically as much as this has, right? So that's 2,400 there. This has 2,400 over here. So we really have a 4th one if you think about it. In the actual thing. All of our pumps are working. How's our head lift? 25. No problem. I can go up to 50 on the Mark IIs. And now it's just going to do that over and over and over. Now it's producing, again, 1,200 water. It's outputting that water at a certain speed, and it will tell you what your throughput rate is, about 282. So it's actually reduced overall. Instead of getting that full 600, I'm getting 282 out of there. Now, another thing that you can do, and I'm just going to go in here and just do them straight across like this. Now that we're using these vertical ones, maybe just a little bit down. There we go. And we can just go ahead and snap that across there. So you can use double outputs to try to increase that throughput output as well. And I've noticed that these double outputs actually do work. Sometimes the boxes, by the way, have trouble being double output. But again, your goal is to get it out of there as quick as possible before the next train comes along and stops it. Actually, it's almost out. Before the next train comes along and stops that output, you can see the net output is 600. And so our net here is going to go up eventually. If we can go ahead and get that to run out of there. There we go. And again, our net right now, 259, 274. We're going to see if we can get that up a bit higher when that comes out of there. Now, again, I'm only bringing in 300 because I'm splitting the 600 into 300, 300. But then also I'm doing double output. So again, once it fills it up, because it's like it puts the bucket in there and then it starts to run it out. Now, it doesn't care whether I'm running it out at 1,200 or 600 or 200 because it has a giant pool of water that it's pulling from. So the output can be whatever you want it to be up to the maximum pipe output, which is 600. So I think it's much cooler to do it this way. Now I can also cross-connect all of these from the back. I can go ahead and cross-connect here, here, and here in case it's getting slowed down for whatever reason. We can go ahead and let that run out. Let's go ahead and see what our net output rate is. Right now it's already went up, 356. And again, it'll take a few times. So again, our drain rate is 600. So right now it's doing minus 600 as much as it possibly can. And that's why I use the dual outputs to try to get that max output and to try to get that emptied before the next one comes along. It just helps out a lot. All right, how we doing here? Yes, that one's nice and full. Boom, on to the second one. Again, working its way up to the top. So much smarter to do it that way. Less pumps, less issues with water flow. Okay, so now we're going to say each of these is worth 300. And I guess I can put a sign on here just for fun. Did we take a break? What time is it? It's been about 3 hours or so. Might be a good time for a break. So we can put a sign on here, and we can put it right up there. And what I like to do is I like to go into the layout, go all the way to the end here, and just put real big text in there, back to elements, and we'll say 300. And of course you can't fit the you can't resize the text size. I don't know why. It seems kind of an odd thing to do. But here's what we'll do. We'll use a better sign. We'll use a bit of a bigger one. Not that one. Nope. Nope, too big. What's the other one? We got a large billboard. We got our small one. Display sign's too small. Huh. Maybe it's small billboard. Let's go with small billboard. Works for me. Let's again get this one. Let's say 300. Oop, 333 works too. 300. And then that's good. All right, and then we'll just middle mouse button. Boom. Boom. And then we'll just copy the first one and paste it. Because why not make it easy? There we go. So each of those are outputting 300, which, because it drops it off, it's actually outputting 600. But my input rate is 300. So I want to know what it is at the beginning, not at the end. Like here, again, this is outputting 600, but I want it to output faster so that it can vacate that water that much faster. But ultimately, that's only 300 per minute, right? That's how much is being fed into that particular extraction. But again, doubling up on it, doubling up on the output is really, really help as well. Are the retweets good? The retweets are not good. Good. Show some love over there on the retweets, everybody. I think we'll go ahead and let this run a little bit. Let's see. So yes, we've got our water finally going. That took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. We had to solve a few problems. Definitely a problem with the dual track going into a single track. It does not like that for sure. So we just kind of separated those two tracks, and that'll make that function a lot better. I believe all my other trains are functioning. Let's go ahead and make sure that we make sure to watch those trains come back. Always recommend making sure that that thing is doing something as well. And the way I'll know is I can look over that way and see if a train comes back this way. Because I could have went all over there and got stopped. My train signals might be all messed up. Now the little one's on his way back. I can see it. Oh, there goes our other one. There goes our water trains working. Little one's coming back. This is our uranium train. And train goes underneath. I always like it to go underneath than over. I find underneath to be easier. And this one's going to come into here. And our other larger train should end up stopping behind, while this train is blocking this segment. Could move that that forward so it's not on an angle. Can move that way forward. Let's move it way up here. Back, we can just move it and put it right on the station. I'm going to take this block signal out. This way, it's using its momentum to come up out of that thing, because that's a pretty long train. You see, on this particular train, I have two engines in the front, and so I left a gap. If you didn't see that when I did it before. We'll go up here and we'll check out the train gap. Load them resources. Again, you can see I left a gap here for that front train. Again, it depends on if you want to push or pull the train. It's all up to you. Now, see if that other one comes back right now, it could actually get in front of this other train. And then get ahead of it. Really, you want them kind of alternating, where it's coming back and going in here and doing its thing while the other train is on the other side. This way they never slow each other down because they're alternating coming to the station. Though this one might take longer because it has more cars. No, that's the other train. That's the train that's going over there dropping off coal. There's our water train. This is always, I just can sit and watch this for hours, everybody. Just the trains running and doing all the different things that they're doing. Oh, headphones are dying. Headphones are dying. Again, those headphones last a long time, everybody. That's 4 hours when those headphones last. Got to give it to them. Again, these are called Nothing Ears. I'm going to eventually put them on my website when I get a chance. But I'm a busy guy. Let's see. Audio. I have 2 sets of them, so I can Switch them like that. All right, where's my train? All right, where's that little train? That little train's coming back. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up this train so it doesn't block that other train. Just so I don't have to redo the train, I'm going to try a little trick here. Oh, I should have made another segment. My bad. So me as the player, by the way, I can override train signals and all that stuff. I can just go right through it. I can just ram into that other train if I want to. But I'm going to let that train get ahead. And then I'm going to bring this train back to here. There's only 2 trains that actually come this way. This train, which is my uranium train, and then that one, which is like coal, quartz, all sorts of stuff over there. I don't need to sidetrack anymore. Take all that out. There we go. And then we're going to let this train run all the way back to that other side. Because these trains are close to each other, so they're interfering with each other. Now, it might end up where it happens anyway, but I do try to balance them, because this train's not really doing anything. It's not picking up any uranium yet. It'll get there. But I don't want this train to keep slowing that train down. And this train runs on that same track. So that train is now in the way of this train. I'll say right when it seems to pull out of station there. And that train's going back to, and the train's in its way. So that train needs to pull out of the way of the incoming train. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we start this train up now. And we're out of there. And this train should go into here, finish its business, turn around and start going back by the time that train gets to here. Because again, they're now on opposite sides and they should now run like that. In theory, we'll see. Go on, little train. Don't block this other train. Okay, it's pulling out of there. And now it's all clear. That train's going out. And the big train comes straight through with no stopping. Again, balancing your trains is another great way of finding that balance and then doing it. And hopefully it stays in that balance. And if you have your block signals in a good way, it'll keep that balance. It won't break that balance. It'll keep them away from each other. And again, that other train's coming back on the other track while that one's going through the track, so they're not slowing each other down. None of the trains are slowing each other down now, which is great. They're all nice and spread out. And you want to watch it go a cycle or two. We'll watch it go a cycle or two, and then we'll come back and we'll take a break. That train going out. Small train should be turning around and coming back. Now, uranium's way out there, so it's got to go way out there to get that uranium and then come way back. Hopefully by the time he gets back, it'll be good. I might need to put that train right after this train. So it's basically right behind it, so it's going to time it where that train's in the way first, then it turns around, and then the one behind it goes all the way to the end and then comes back. Water train still diligently going. That train's going to turn around. This train's already on its way back. Yeah, I think I might do that. I might have this train just be right behind the other train. By the time that train stops, the other train's going to get here. Great way just to be able to take your train off the track without having to redo the train and retype it in and reset up all its stations. Oh! That's bad. That's very bad. All right. Screwed that up. I tried to tell it to go that other way. Come on, go backwards. Ghost ride it. Manually switch it. Okay, that train is pulling out right now. Turn on the self-driving. So this one's still going to stop at the station. Let that train get ahead just a little bit. Let's get on the train and go watch it. Now, in theory, that other one should stop and utilize that station. And so this one should roll up behind it and just sit behind it in the station while it's loading and unloading. And then the second it's done loading and unloading, this one will then go forward, this one will turn back. And by the time it goes all the way over to the end where the uranium is and come back, this one should have already kind of maximized its route. So we'll see. Yeah, that one's moving out of there. The other one's coming back perfect too. That one's perfectly balanced with it. Then that one should go back. Should be all good. That one's waiting for the other train ahead of it. This one's going to pull into here. Get the uranium. While that other one pulls way ahead. Oh, it's still waiting. Yeah, waited for that other thing to get off the thing here. Ah. We need another one here. So instead of it waiting for that one to get off this side of the track, the second it goes around and gets to there, then this one will tell it can go forward straight. Yeah, and block signals are very, very useful, especially when you're using cross turnarounds here. And so that one's going to go way over there, get that, and then we'll see on the way back how close this train is to that other train, or the other train that I have. So let it do its thing over there, and then it's going to circle back. Play some chicken with the train. Okay, look at the train going up the spiral. Cool. And we're going back. The other small train is coming back this way. And that train just goes right through the station. It doesn't stop. So that means that it's going to clear that other train. That other train now able to go full speed down the track because that train's just going to go full speed down to there. And then these are now at opposing distances. And again, you let it run for a while and you'll know if it's equalized or if it just ends up stacking right up on each other again. Because the problem was this was going into the station and my other big train was coming in and it was stopping here. My big train was stopping waiting for this one. But again, I only have 3 trains, so you can balance them out so they're not right on top of each other the whole entire time, which is not what you want. You want those trains to be spread out and not have to come to a stop because of another train's on the track. And that one's going out, and the second that one goes around that corner, it's now clear. I could make it even more so that the other train comes through if I put another block signal here. Because that will instantly, because if it's back there and this, once this gets around this loop and gets away from this track, then that other train can just come straight through. Because it'll say, oh, no, it's gone. Boom. Again, sometimes you just want to fine tune it just so that they don't get right up in each other's business. Okay, small train coming back. Big train coming back. I can see small train going way to the end, getting that uranium. Let's see how they end up this time. Because it has a longer distance and a longer cycle, it might just end up doing the same thing later. But we're going to give it a try and let it run. I feel like putting an engine on the back of this one. That's cleared for the small one to come in. All right, little small train, where are you at? It's way out there. It's just starting its way back now. This is always fascinating to me to watch all this stuff happen. It's on its way back. Other trains going the other way, so they're not going to get in each other's way. This big train should be coming out soon. There it goes. It's going to slow down just a little bit because that other train is passing that last track. There we go. I could also fine-tune that by cutting that in half. So that can get past that other one. Just so it doesn't have to slow down, I'm going to go over here and kind of fine-tune this part right here. And just throw another block signal here. Because by the time that comes out of there and it gets down to here where this block signal is, that other one should have already gone past the other one, and then it should be able just to keep going. So that should help it. And the other train went back this way. It's already in the station. We're good. Like a giant train set. All right, that looks pretty good. Might be a good time to take a little break. Our water is crushing it over here. Get that water done. Bring me that well. Whoa, look out. Almost got run over. And over here, we got a whole bunch of stuff going on, everybody. Check it out over here. We got our sulfuric acid going right here. And if we want to get this going, we need 50 water per minute. All we have to do is run over here and plug it in. Right over here, and it's going to run all the way down. Forget how much I have here. So this is 50. That's 100. 200, 250, 250. That'd be 500. 500 water is what we need, and we made 1,200. I know, nice, right? Okay, now we can take it directly out of here, or we can go ahead and just run it. Now, floor holes and floor wall holes and pipes and whatnot get messed up real easy. So we're going to just go and do this. And then we're going to take the output of all of these, and we're going to connect them together. Like this, and like this, and then like this. Now, eventually, I will off-use some of this, but for right now, we're just going to combine, and then we're going to try to line this up real nicely. Line it up this way first. And this way. 1, 2, back. Up a nice 90, and that is about to make a bunch of sulfuric acid. Very cool. It's starting up. Oh, it's getting a little bit of water. A little bit of water. And all this sulfur, by the way, is in this right here. It's all backlogged in there, 10 boxes deep, that we're running over here. And I'm forgetting where we're gonna put. We're gonna mix our sulfuric acid with some concrete to make some encased uranium cells. Yes, so we're going to combine the sulfuric acid from this concrete and then the uranium ore from right here. And then we're going to make encased uranium cells, and then those encased uranium cells are going to go into uranium fuel rods. So our output is going to be over here. What is our output range? Oh, 50 in, 50 out. Okay, good. So another thing that we can do so that we can get this whole process going is to also backlog a bunch of this. We're going to do the same thing we did over there. We're just going to go ahead and try to line that up nicely. How's that looking? Nope. What the heck are you doing? Okay. And there we go. And same thing here. We'll go ahead, put a nice pump there, and utilize some power. Where did I put that power? Must have put it somewhere. Over here. Now all this power is tied to my central power, and what I'm doing here is building nuclear power. So we're going to go ahead and pump it over there in that direction. And then over here, we will just do ourselves a solid and just go right here and say, you know what, better safe than sorry. And put another one in. See if we can run it all the way to this one. Not quite, right to here. Give that another branch. Okay, that's going to push it down the way. Awesome. We should probably do the same on the other side there. Let's put this back in first. And just use a pipe, a pump at the end. I consider this the end because it's going to interact with everything else after it. So we're going to go ahead and just do that. Pump down here. Go ahead and tap into where this other pump is. And keeping those lines nice and clean out of the way. Down in the foundations. Okay, how are we looking here? Seems good. I should push it all in this direction. And we should have some good results. Yes, plenty of water in there. Yes, yes, yes. Here. All right, water good. Water good. Good, good, and good. All the way at the end, too. Nice. Okay, now we should have some sulfuric acid coming out of here, ending up in the top one. It sure is. And then out of this one. And then down to the bottom one. Again, you want to backlog, 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 so that when you start up your actual process, you have plenty, so it's not starving for resources. Just like I don't want to be starving for water over there as well. Again, while you're working on your process is the best time for it to backlog that process. Okay, looks good. How's our thing? Around 30. Very nice. Tells you each of these is about 10 if you think about it. You know, 10, 20, 30. Or really it's about probably 15 and then 30. All right, then it's coming down. It should end up at the bottom one eventually. Looking good. Our net fill rate is 600. Yeah, that net output should be way better, but we'll let it run. Again, eventually when it fills up all those pipes, it'll be running at full capacity. Okay, so we're taking the water and we're turning it into sulfuric acid. And then that sulfuric acid is going to basically be one of the finished parts of what we're going to be doing. Again, we're going to take a break here. Don't think I forgot, because I didn't. I didn't forget. And so the next one that we're going to need when we come back here is blenders. Oh, we need to do those in the thing. And let's just do it over here in the blueprint designer. Put that down there. Then we'll stick a blender on there to remind me for when I come back. We'll do some blenders. Okay, words on stream time. Let's go. Let you guys have some fun. Work together in the chat. Let's get it going on, chat. Let's get it going on. I know you guys got the skills. You got the ability to work together. Let's go ahead and get this going. Turn the sound on. Get this going. Press all the buttons. Flip all the switches. And away we go. All right, back in just a bit, everybody. Enjoy. You're not just letting one person do all the work, are ya? Come on, let's go, Chad. Let's work together. Let's get it going on up in here. Don't forget also to put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I'm going to lend you guys a hand, try to earn you guys some Kiz Caps. I see Mitcher in there being a boss mode. Wow, getting a whole bunch of words right. We had Samsu in there. We had Rotisserie G and Unforgiven. Imagine if you all worked together, how incredibly powerful that would be. Mate. I'm going to start you guys off with a word. Let's go. Again, don't forget to put a 1 in the chat so I know that everything is working and I'm not just talking to myself. Which is totally away. Loot, L-U-T-E. L-U-T-E as well. Oh, I can't use it yet. Right there, loot. Let's say Luma, L-U-M-A also. I can't do it, so you can try to get it in there before me. I got to wait till the little lock comes off of there. Ba-boom, Luma. What? No Luma. What? Meat. There we go. Meal, M-E-A-L. Someone else put that in there. I can't type it. I'm blocked. There you go. What other ones we've got here? Something that starts with a T. Team. Ah, there we go. Melt. M-E-L-T. Melt. Come on, we just need a couple more. Come on, right now, chat. Now's the time to rise up. Let's go. Just a couple more to get it done. I can't put any more in. I'm locked. So close. We missed it by one word there, everybody. But I still give you guys a bunch of Kiz Caps for working together. Nice try, everybody. Nice try. That was a pretty good one. All right, let's go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. Right over here. There we go. Satisfactory it is. Getting back to that. Let's go. Okay, now what we got to do is we got to use this blender over here. I don't think we used the blender yet. In this playthrough, anyway. Let's go double check. Any blenders in here? I don't think we even used blenders yet so far. Nope. Okay, so this is when you start using the blender over here, and what we're going to do is basically try to make ourselves some uranium fuel rods. Now, we can make a total like 3 of them per minute, I believe it is, that we're trying to aim for. What are we trying to aim for over here? 1.2 per minute. Total output 1.2. So we need like 12 of these blenders to make it happen. But we're actually going to be producing a lot more than that because we have our sulfuric acid coming in at 600. And it's going to come out a lot more. So we could scale it up if we want to. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to figure out what our max input of our stuff is here. So let's see, what's our max input of sulfur? Right now it is 600. Wow, okay. And then we got our water in there, so that's all good. So did we figure out what our max factories was here? I don't think we did. What is the maximum number of factories if we had 600 ore? And 500. We need 50 to output. So, and how many of these we have? I think we have 10 is what we did. Yeah, we made 10 of them just to make enough to do this. But we could make a lot more if we wanted to. Yeah, we could max it out. So, how was I doing this before? Let's see. I was going to take this, and again, we have 600 uranium, so that's kind of our limiting factor. So even if we had more, it won't matter because our limiting factor is that thing. Now, right now, we have input of 50 and 50, and we have 600, so that's telling us about 10. Yeah, so that's about right. That's about right. Okay, so now we need to get our sulfuric acid and our concrete and our uranium ore. I'm looking at my spreadsheet, by the way, that's off to the side. We need to get all of those things combined in there. So we need to use our blenders, and we need 12 blenders to make that happen. So 3 inputs. Yes, 3 inputs and a single output. Okay, and that's going to affect how you build your plans, is depending on how many are in and how many are out. So what we can do is we can build multiple blenders together, or we can do them individually. In this case, the blender is pretty large, so you can potentially get multiple of them in here. Now, what I'm going to do is just put it right down the center like this, and then we'll also go in and center it this way. Got to figure out where the center of this one is, say right there. And we're going to center it off to the center. And to that way, to that way. Okay, very nice. We need a little bit of power over here too, because my power runs out when I get over here. There we go. Okay. Now, over here, same thing. We're going to go ahead and do this. And we can double input this, or we could split it on the outside and do it that way. Oh, we'll turn our game sounds back on. So again, we need a total of 12 of these. So we could do them in groups of 2. Is it 12? Yes, 12. That seems like a lot of these. That seems like a lot. Let's go ahead and look at our case uranium cell right here. 50, 15, and 40 is our inputs. Did we get all those inputs correct? Yes, we did. Okay, so all that looks good. So yeah, we need 12 of these. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of these suckers. Okay. I don't know why, but that number seems like a lot. Yeah, and then we have it outputting the sulfuric acid as well. So we have to think about our sulfuric acid. That's 120. Which is going to be 120 combined. I'm going to write that down because I have to go in and package that sulfuric acid and throw it away into the awesome sink, or I can circle it back into the flow. But the problem is if it gets backlogged, it'll just stop. And so it'll stop making uranium cells. So that's why typically I run it in the awesome sink. So I never have that issue of it flowing back into the system as well. And again, I could reduce the incoming amount and balance it all out. But man, that takes so much longer. It's easier just to go in and just package it. The other problem is I don't have any anything to actual package it with because I'd need plastic for that. And eventually that plastic would run out unless I go and collect more oil, because I'm using all my oil right now for fuel power. But I could divert some of that oil to be used for plastic and then run that plastic up here, or over here, from our fuel from over there. Which we could totally do. Run that underneath here, have that end up over here as plastic. We'll have to think about that. We're going to plastic package. There we go. We'll put that on the list. But right now, we just want to get this in position and figure out that we want 2 inputs and actually 3 inputs and 2 outputs. Actually, what we want an item and a fluid. 1 fluid and 2 items in. So if we want to go ahead and do items, then we're going to want to do this. If we're going to do fluids, that's pretty easy. You can go in. Oh, it's much nicer than my mouse works again. Much nicer to use my scroll wheel. And then we'll just do here to here. Run that across nicely. Like that. Oh, I'm gonna actually take this out for a minute while I'm doing these. What side do we want these to come from? I'm kind of feeling left side. Left side feed. Yeah, because we're gonna feed these outward. Feed this out until it puts the uranium cells, the beams, and the rods, and we're going to be, again, putting it further away. We're going to be putting it on this side, so all of this uranium and everything is further away from all this other stuff that we're working on. And I'll probably actually even move this back even further to try to get it out of the way, so if I am working on any of this stuff over here, I'm not getting massively radiated. But what we just did here is we are connecting the back parts of it here so that we don't have to do that when we put it down. I want to make it as easy as possible to just chain these together like that. This out, this one out. Take these out. And then re-add these back in because you never trust these things. Never trust them. Oops, wrong one. Never trust them because something's always going to go funky with those. Okay, then down here, same thing. We're going to need to... we're going to need to double lift. Ah, we need to double lift here. I forgot. So, same thing here. Except for a little higher. And here. This is going the wrong way, I think. Yep. Yeah, I put one on top so I can put one underneath and fix its direction. That one's going to go to that one. And we'll go ahead and take all these out. We're gonna, again, this is what I call double lifting. So basically, it's got to lift it up over the pipe run that I have to do underneath. And so this pipe run is actually going to run past this one so that I can connect it to the one next to me and then the one that's going on to the other side. So we'll go ahead and just put this right there. And then we'll just say, never mind, on all of this, and run this all the way over there. Doesn't really matter which one of these I do. I'm only going to do one input anyway, but I'll go ahead and do something like that. Okay, so now, again, I can chain it, connect it here, and it will just keep going down the pipe down the way. Now, this is a good one to switch to a green. Because anything that's going to be radioactive, I would definitely remind yourself that, hey, oh, actually, this is going to be yellow, because this is, the input of this is sulfuric acid. But you definitely should tag the rest of that in green. So you know that you've got uranium flowing through there, and that could be a crazy, crazy thing. So again, we'll have uranium going through there and concrete going through there. Now, both of them are not uranium, but I'm just going to color the whole thing uranium anyway. In case uranium sells, I'm going to go ahead and put those in there. Now we know what we need. And then our sulfuric acid output. We're going to need that, and then our other actual lifted output. So what we'll do is we'll have them all going in the same direction. So this will come in from this side. These two things will come in from this side. Let's put our wall in. See if we can get those kind of lined up. I don't think that's going to like that too much, but I think we can get away with it. This one over here. Yeah, I think we can get away with those. Looks good. And then this is going to need to chain on the other side as well. So we want to do basically the same thing on this side. Again, the bottom one is the out one. Here. What, really? Kidding me. Yeah, it won't let me do the output, but it lets me do the input. So weird. This game is so odd. Why would it let me do one side, but it won't let me do the other? Okay, fine. Okay, that one will let me do. I don't know if I really like that. I'm going to rearrange the way that these are going. Putting the inputs on the side so I can better control the way they input and output. I feel like we could just do this. Like that. Okay. We're getting somewhere. And then these can go output sides to here. Output the side. Actually like this. This way the inputs on that side match up to the outputs on this side. so I don't have to think about it when I'm connecting them two together. So I can just chain them together in between the building, just like right here. And now it likes to go that way. Again, if it's too angled when it's trying to go on the edge, it won't let you do that kind of angled bars. And then... Okay, that's looking sharp. Got all that done. Did I redo these? I think I did, but just in case, I kind of feel like also I want to redo these connections. When in doubt, everybody, just redo your connections, because it's totally not worth it. Later on, you're going to end up just redoing them anyway. Just redo them, just to make sure. Feel real rock solid about it. There you go. Okay, so we have our 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Yeah. I could have moved that over back a little bit to line those up a bit better. Kind of feel like I might want to do that. Do that as well. Bring this part back. Yeah, let's do this, where we go ahead and line that up there, line that up there. And then... yeah, go in the correct direction would be helpful. Same thing with this one. I feel like it's constantly trying to turn it in such a way that's the opposite direction of which way I want it to go. Okay, this one can come from the bottom. Or no, I can't do that because I have to lift it. That's right, I have to lift it up. Like this. Like that. And then we'll just go like this. This one out. I'm kind of reverse engineering the way that I want it to go. So it'll end up easier in the long run. Just overall be nicer too. Alright, so let's take all this out and we'll work it up from the actual belts. Take all this piping out. Okay, sometimes you do something and you just take it all out. So you can redo it. Nicer. Okay. And then we could just say straight across to there. Straight across from here for now. Then we'll go ahead and get our blenders again. And we'll try to line these up to the inputs. Again, we had it right down the center. That is not the same. Oh, that's weird. I had it down the center, but now I offset it a little bit. It's pretty odd. Yeah, very, very strange. Okay. I don't know why I did that, but I did do it. So now we got to fix it. All right. By the way, my wife's bringing back food. So the second I have to bail for that, everybody, this stream is instantly over. But at least we got a whole bunch done, and we definitely made a progress toward our nuclear power. And remember, this is a bonus stream. It is a bonus stream, Rooney. Take that out. Take this out. All right, now we're lined up. Much nicer. Okay, I feel like this could go back just a little bit. Let's click this and go down. I mean, that actually would reach to that. All right, that's not too bad. Let's go with that. This one over here. Same thing. This one up a bit higher. This. Going this way. I use the lifters mainly to measure, to get an idea of what height I want it to be. And then I usually take them all out and redo them again. I do not trust them to function. Don't ever trust those things, man. You put those things in last. Because they have screwed me up just countless amount of times. Okay, oh, we got to do our piping first. Down here. And let's go ahead and get our pipe going here. Again, if we get these, we can get these going, we'll really be styling. Just put it back by one, it's good enough. Right here. Again, I wish I had more time to play some Satisfactory this week. Again, just so much stuff going on at the same time, but all good stuff, all stuff moving forward here. Getting some stuff going on. One there. Those are not at the same angle, or am I just a visual trick? Okay. Kind of felt like it wasn't at the same height there for a minute. Looking at the lifters, they do look like the same height. Okay. Sometimes a little visually hard to see. What is it about those? Oh, they're forward a little bit too much. Ah. Sometimes, you know, your brain's trying to tell you something. They were forward too far. Take all these belts out. So that's what the thing is. It was at an angle. Instead of it being elevated, it was at an angle. That's what my brain was trying to tell me. Like, Kismet, that's not right. Kind of cool that your brain knows that. Even more than your conscious part of it, your unconscious part says, hey, that's not in line, bro. That's not good. Fix that. And again, do never trust these lifters, man. Never trust them. Get these into there. Fix these lifters. Again, we'll test this out, too. Make sure it does work. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. All right. We should save that because that was a good amount of work. What is this for? This is Uri cells, blenders. And we are definitely going to change this to green because green is going to be radiated. You're encased. Encased. Uranium cell. Blender production input is uranium ore, concrete, and sulfuric acid. The entire process of nuclear power is based on the max uranium ore you are extracting. In this case, 600. So there we go. And then put blender in there. Blender. Right there. Now, usually when I'm doing these blueprints, it's usually whatever the machines are, not necessarily what the output is. I find that works a lot better. Because again, if I need something else, blenders for something else, I can go ahead and pick these up and then use it for something else. Okay, again, we're getting a good start there. We might as well save it. And now we got that all aligned, looking good, running nice and straight in the back. All right, maybe some more coloring of this. We can just limit it to the belts. Oh, we can. Huh, I don't think I've ever tried that before. Then we'll just limit it to the lifters. Yes. Now we're just limited to the thing without hitting anything else behind it. I'm hitting G to limit the coloring, so it'll only color it to pipes or whatever I wanted to, without coloring everything else behind it or the foundations or whatever it is. And this here. Okay, this is all green for uranium, meaning it's going to get radiated. Sulfuric acid in the low side. We're making encased uranium cells right here. Okay, that's all looking good. Now we just want our outputs. And so again, we'll just do the same thing. We have our outputs here. Oh, we want to color the machines in with green. This is going to be an actual merger. Just trying to make my life difficult. Merger. Doing them again. Don't trust him. Do them again. Okay. So now we have that going this way, and we could try to see if any of our walls line up to it. Maybe a triple wall. Definitely double high here. So this is going to come in via the middle one to here. And out the middle one to there. Or not, because it didn't want to let me do that. Weird to let me do the bottom one. Won't let me do the top one, but it'll let me do the bottom one. Alright, whatever. Just match it on both sides. Okay, so now we got to take the fluid out of there. And again, we want to take that sulfuric acid and we want to package it and get rid of it. So we're going to take this. We're just going to run this way out to the end because we can. Just like we did on the input. Nope. Not aligned. Ah. Gotta do this little... Sometimes it won't let you align because it's got this thing next to it. So what you do to get around that so you can snap your things in there is just make a small little segment there so it overrides it. Then you take these segments. It's like an extra step that you have to do, or in this case, a couple steps. But it lines it up perfectly, so it's worth the extra step. It'd be nice if they fixed that, but such is the way it goes. Okay. Good. And this one's set to that thing. Okay. And then the output of this is sulfuric acid. Let's color that in with yellow to give ourselves a little visual reminder. And then the output of this is encased uranium cells, which yet again is going to be radioactive. So I want to make sure that we let ourselves know that this is all radioactive stuff that's going to be coming in and out of there. Okay, we don't need the top ones. We're good there. This bottom one we don't need. We use that to transfer the pipes. And I think that's about it. I think that's good to go. Let's just go in and damage and fix it property first. Run this across here. Not that one. There we go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and bring this up. Like this. And we'll do ourselves a favor here. We'll go ahead and put some doors in case we need to go in here and fool around with this. 'Cause we're going to have to go in here. At all to make any connections? No, we can go out. We can just do it all from outside. Connect it here and here. Oh, I just thought of something. I can't do it on here because it's going to be outside the blueprint. But you could just put a sign there that has an arrow and says there. And you can also tell it how much you need per minute too. Again, I want to pass through so I can go from this one and I can put a whole bunch of these down. I can chain from one to the next to the next. That's basically what I'm setting up there. I also want to be able to get in and out of here as well. So we want to definitely go in and put ourselves, say, some double doors like this. That'd be pretty good. And then all the rest of this, again, we can just fill it in because we don't need to watch the whole process constantly running. We can just go ahead, get ourselves some nice stuff going on there. This here, same thing. Close that up. And do I want to come in right there? I probably don't need to go in right there, but I can at least put in a door here and a door there. And this is going to ram me right into that. So smarter that I put it in where it's easier to get in and out. And then finish that off. Now, I'm actually going to leave the top of this like it is. The reason why I'm going to do that is because I'm not going to stack these vertically. These are all going to be horizontally, though I could stack them vertically if I want. But if you put too much of these together, everybody, they will radiate the heck out of you. So these are one of the few things that I recommend that you do very horizontally. Because you put these vertically, you got, stacks and stacks of these just radiating you the whole time. So this is one of the few things that you'll see me just run them all in a sequence. But I can still access the thing from up above if I need to. Also, what I want to do is put in some power. So that's why another reason why I'm going to put this top part in here. And I kind of forget where the power's at. I think it's down here. Yeah, it's right here. Again, we could connect these two together like this. And we could just bring this down to say right there. So when we're connecting this to the next one, or we're connecting it to the previous one, we just have all of these in the same spot. There. Where did I put that other one? I can't see. Down where that little segment is. Like that. And then I can just chain the factories together. I just put it in the first one and then chain them together. Also, oh, we got to put all of our switches in. We didn't do that. We didn't put our priority switches in and all of our stuff that's being produced over here. Concrete and all sorts of stuff. It's been cranked out for a week, everybody. It's got like 10 boxes of everything in there. All right, this is looking good. And before we do like a crash or something, we better save that as well. There we go. Very nice. Okay. Now, another thing I would do is I would color this entire building green. We're going to color this all in. Again, warning me that this is uranium. If I go near it, I'm going to need my uranium stuff as well. And all of this over here. Very nice. Then we also need to set our inputs and outputs. So inputs I usually put as red. So we'll say inputs there. And then over here, not to be confused with the green of the other thing, but I'm going to use green anyway on this and this. And so this is my outputs because the belts are flowing toward me. So they're actually going toward you guys that way. They're flowing that direction. So I got to remember which way the belts are flowing because that's going to help me tremendously later on. So green side there. And again, when I'm chaining these together, I'm going to need to know belt flow direction. Okay, now pipes flow in both directions. That's not as important, but it is good to know what side the output's on. And I think I'm going to do something a little different on this one. I'm actually going to put a wall above on the input side. This one I'm putting it down. I know which side's the input side and which is not the input side. So we'll also make that red too. This way, when I'm chaining them all together, I know which one's the input and which one's the output side if I need to work on that. Again, let's save it again. Right over here. We are good. Then we're ready to make some of these. All right, let's go. Did I put foundations for these down? I don't think I did. I think I just put them right down on the foundations. Yes. Okay, awesome. Whoa, lost power there. Vada scatty. Okay, so we're going to bring this out and we're going to run this over here. I'm probably just going to get rid of this for now. We're going to come back and move that elsewhere. We don't want to run into our water there. We probably want to leave a couple more spaces out from the water. I just love the fact that when I do this, everybody, it just instantly goes and puts a whole bunch of stuff back in the dimensional depot. That I can then reuse and keep making that stuff over and over. All right, we'll just say that this area right here is going to be kind of a roadway. In fact, I could have put a roadway in. An even better idea. Hold on, let's just put a roadway in here instead of coloring that in. We can use our blueprints for roads. Take that all the way out down to there. And this way what we can do is we can chain our actual road that we have and we can chain our power down the center there to use that on this process that we're working on. How's our road doing down here? Let's go ahead and pick up our road here. Side's our power on that side. Like this. And again, this eventually is going to go away here, so I'm just going to take that out. Pick that up. Potentially rotate that the right way. Can't quite see my connectors there. Let's just click it and see what happens. Nope. It's flipped. It's always trying to troll me. Okay, arrow toward me. There we go. I think it should pick up the orientation of the one that you're hitting the middle mouse button on, because that's what I'm doing. I'm going in. I hit F like I'm going to take it out. I'm in blueprint mode. I middle mouse button, and then I can go ahead and snap this using the blueprints underneath here. And it should be aiming in the right direction, but it rarely ever is, so I have to go in and kind of do it manually. So it's going in the right direction. All right, so this is actually going to go like that, and then we're going to turn it this way. And basically what that does, it creates a crossroad. And then we're going to run it in the correct arrow direction. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to chain our power from underneath here. And this is why I like this up really high, because it's really easy for me to do all this power chaining. Take all this out. There's our last power chain right there. And we'll chain that under. Again, way up high makes your trains run at 100% speed. You never get slowed down unless another train is in the way. And we just run this down here nice and easy. Again, making your power built into your roads is awesome. And then like that. This one. More of those. I also have them down here on my bar. That little yellow one there is my road. These are blueprints that I had built. Again, if you're one of my Patreon supporters, you got this right now. You can go on Patreon, download it right now, and utilize it in your own build. It's going to help a lot. Okay, nice. Now we're ready for our guys over here. Put those down, our uranium cells. Turn our blueprint off for right now. And we're going to go ahead and face this toward us. So we have our input on the left. And yeah, let's just back it up a little bit from the road. I don't like it to be right up on the road. Kind of annoying when it's up on the road. Let's see. We got to get our stuff here so we can run that under maybe and end up over there, or we can just run it. We can just run it over the road or across the road at this point. But that looks pretty good. It can just come down and then elbow. Could move it forward a little bit, but I kind of feel like that's good enough right there. Very nice. Okay, and we basically need 12 in total, so we need 6 of these. But I would definitely check that you can run all your stuff easily. First thing I'm going to check is power, so I'm going to run the power underneath here. Let's run it out here. I don't like my power lines to be all over. I don't mind if they're chaining from one building to another, but I don't like them to run across here if I can avoid it. So this is basically going to be here. It's going to run up. It's going to go into the machines. The machines now should have power, which they do. We'll go ahead and just test out some sulfuric acid here. I think I'm just going to run it straight, because that feels right for now. I can always change it later. And again, just kind of line it up like this, and then 1, 2 back, and then you get your beautiful knife. All right, bring me that sulfuric acid. All right, let's see if it starts to fill up. It does. You don't have to do all 3, everybody. You can just do 1. In here, this one says no power, so there's something going on here. Did we miss it? Oh, we did miss it. Okay, we got a power issue. We connected over here, but we didn't connect that last one. Okay, that one has power now, and this one has power. Okay, we got to go fix the... Yeah, that's why you test one before you make a whole bunch of them, and then realize you got to take them all back out again anyway. Okay. Sure we connect that up there. Okay. So that is our starting one. That's our primary power. I forgot to save. Saving is useful. And save. Pretty easy at this point. Now it's just make a whole bunch of these. Make them line up to the other ones. There's 2. Again, we're watching the arrow as well. Watching the arrow in the front. There's 3. We need a lot more of these. This way. Snap that blueprint. And then get our other foundations. Run those down the line. Very nice. And then turn our blueprint snapping off. Rotate our arrow. Line that up right there. Looking good. 2 more to go. By the way, this is the step before the final step. So once I get this these in place, basically I only need to do one more thing, and then I'm going to be producing nuclear power. And I already have the water, so I don't have to go and do the water, because I have the water right there, which I'll divert some of that for that. So yeah, we're almost there. But again, everybody, the second my wife texts me and says, hey, I got the food, I'm going to be out. But don't worry, we'll come back. We'll do some more. Oh, and wow, that was a Kismet moment right there, everybody. I said it. I looked down, and then she texted me. I don't know if she heard me or if it was like a fate thing. All right, that's funny. I have that happen a lot, everybody. I have that happen really a lot. All right. Oh, what? It didn't go. I don't know what it is with the clicking today. Come on. What is it with the clicking? Get in there. It doesn't want to build it. Am I out of stuff? What is it? Aim invalid location. Really? Is there something blocking? I don't know what it was. Freaky. Okay, there we go, everybody. We got all 6 of them in place. And so what we'll do is we'll come back, we'll run all the lines and do all that stuff another time. Hopefully next Tuesday. And we will connect all that stuff together. We'll start that up. It'll make our uranium cells. Then we'll have our encased uranium cells done, our encased industrial beams, which we already have running, and our electromagnetic control rods, which we also have running. So all we have to do is run those to the final part of the process, which is uranium fuel rods. We get those going, and basically we feed those into the nuclear plant, GGs, along with water. So we're at the final stages there, and man, we got a lot done today, everybody. The trains took a little longer. My water train took a little longer than I thought, but that's good enough. All right, I think we'll stop there. Perfect. Now, one of the great things that's going to do, everybody, is it's going to backlog a ton of resources, including a ton of water, a ton of sulfuric acid, all of that stuff while we're out. When we come back next Tuesday, we will basically be styling for resources, and we can start all that up easy peasy. We can start having it bring the uranium in as well. I could have it backlogging the uranium right now, but I don't like to start uranium until I'm really, really ready for it. Then I start it up and let it rock. All right, everybody, let me go ahead and give you a bunch of kids caps. Thanks to all the awesome peeps over here, and especially thanks to all my patrons down below there. Now, don't forget, everybody, you can show a lot of love to the stream for free. It does help out tremendously. If you just follow those links, pop over to youtube.com/KismetBP, hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button over there. Go over to twitter.com/KismetBP, hit the follow button there. Check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, the single greatest way to help support the stream, encourage me to do more videos, give you a whole bunch of exclusive content right over there for all my patrons, including cool floor plans and sketches that I do. A lot of stuff that's from behind the scenes that you don't see anywhere else except for over on Patreon. So thank you so much, everybody, for your awesome support. Thanks for being here today on this bonus stream. I hope you enjoyed the extra stream. We ran for how long? We went for 5 hours. That's pretty good. And so we're going to roll out of here, and I will go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of kids caps for being awesome. And I'll see you guys not tonight, but tomorrow night, Thursday night, for the update for the server merge. So we might just check out the server merge and then do a bunch of Astroneer after that. We'll see what I decide by then. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is the sky.